Good afternoon, cricket fans. Welcome to Hofstad Arena here. This is the Stars Arena in central Belgium because it is finals day here on the European Cricket Network's night series in Belgium. I can't wait for this to get started. It's going to be huge. Two big matches coming your way. And I'm Phil G. Let's get started.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So welcome once again, everybody, to this lovely arena here. It's a beautiful day here. It's a sunny Sunday, and it's perfect setting for what's going to be a big finals day. We've got the qualifier coming up for you first, and that is going to be Hasselt taking on Beveren. Hasselt finished second in the standings. Beveren finished third, only 1 point separating them. Interesting to note that all three teams that are playing today in the standings, they finished with played 10 times, 7 wins, 3 losses. In the end, it was the Brussels Warriors who had 1 extra bonus point, gets them into the final. How about that? We always said the bonus point was going to count towards the end of the competition, and there it is, case in point. So what can we say about Beveren and what can we say about Hasselt? Well, two teams that have had an up and down ride here, I've got to say. Beveren started strong, 3 big wins, dipped a little bit in the middle there, and they came good. Those last 3 group games that they played, outstanding. They bowled well, they batted well, they chased, they hustled in the field, they made a lot of noise, and they got 3 very good wins. Secured their spot in Sunday's action. They're the first team to do that. For Hasselt, well, they had to do it the hard way as well, but the last few games they played, absolutely sensational. They came out and they seemed a bit rejuvenated after halfway point, and they've earned their position as well. Almost got top spot last night in match number 30. If you're watching that, you know exactly what I'm talking about. They came so close. I think in the end, it was only 2 deliveries in it to knock off the Brussels Warriors to get that extra bonus point. Didn't get it, unfortunately, so now they have to go the long way around and they face Beveren in the qualifier, which is coming up very shortly. News from the toss is that Hasselt have won the toss and they're going to have a bat first, and for me that is the right thing to do. I think batting here first, it lends itself to just a better approach, I think, to winning the game. You set yourself the target, you know what you got to do, and then you turn to your bowlers and you say, guys, over to you. So Beveren will be chasing here in this qualifier. I think we're almost ready to go. I'm going to go jump back into the commentary box, and with the power of television, I'm going to be there in just a moment. We'll see you there. Phew, and I am indeed back in the commentary tent just in time. Thanks very much to that strikingly good-looking man on the screen there, resplendent in his lovely blue jacket with the ECSN logo on it. Hello everybody, Phil G here in the commentary tent to take you through today's action. It is indeed night number 14. At the moment, we'll call it, say, evening 14, but it is the 14th day, and it means it's the last day coming up. Let's talk quickly, very quickly, do a recap for last night. Royal Brussels took on Hasselt, and Royal Brussels looking to restore a little bit of pride into their tournament. Unfortunately, they came up against the team Hasselt, which are pretty focused. Hasselt getting a good win there by 5 wickets in match 29, chasing down that 129 on the board. And in the second match, match 30, the final match, where Hasselt needed all 4 points, and they needed to get them. Well, it turned out they needed 4 points and a boost in net run rate. Royal Brussels 131 for 2. Hasselt got those runs in 6.5 overs. They needed them in 6.3 to get that extra little percentage point boost in the net run rate. That would have put them into top spot, and that would have meant that Brussels Warriors would have been here today facing Beveren in the qualifier. As it is, well, look how close the net run rate is. So 1.551 versus 1.525. Can you believe that's only 2 deliveries? 2 deliveries only in it, and Hasselt, unfortunately, they end up playing the qualifier. Or fortunately, depends how you look at it. Doesn't matter. We're going to get going now. Brussels Warriors are already in the waiting room. They're sitting there, already camped in the final, and they're watching this game closely. Let's have a look at Hasselt and Beveren teams, are the ins and the outs. One change to Hasselt from last night. We've got Mahathir Mohammed coming back into the side. For Beveren, they've got Ahmadzai coming in, and Syed Akbar Alakazai, he comes in as well. Apart from that, it's pretty much an unchanged Beveren team from what we've seen from a couple of nights ago, where they met the 12 Stars here in their final game and pretty much absolutely destroyed them. They were undermanned, though, the 12 stars, in all fairness, but they were completely obliterated, outclassed. So Supercomputer likes Beverin to the tune of 60% over 40%, looking for a 60% chance of a win here for Beverin. So for those interested in those percentages, there you have it. The ECN Supercomputer has crunched the numbers, likes Beverin just over Hasselt. Just a little bit of by information here is these teams have already met twice, obviously, in the group stages, and Beverin have won twice. Now that's something to keep in mind. Hasselt are yet to beat Beverin in this competition, in this form, so they're right up against it. And if they can win here, well, that'll turn things around, and that'll change things up a little bit. So we'll see, we'll see. It was matches 22 and 23 back on the Wednesday the 7th. So that was just last week when Beverin posted a big score of 169. Hasselt only 123 in response to that. And it was their bowlers that really did the damage. Yeah, the batting team got a great score on the board, but the bowling from Beverin, that for me, I predict that's going to be the difference between the sides here. I just get the feeling they may have the edge there. Wickets were shared on those two occasions they beat Hasselt as well. So we're going to see how we go here. And we're almost set to go. In fact, here we go, starting right now. First ball, the qualifier. Nice bit of pace there. Jabakil starts us off with a real good rocket, and we are off and running. Welcome to everybody watching around the world. I hope you are nice and settled in for Sunday evening action. Qualifier coming your way. Have a look at the stats there. 7,256 runs. No surprise there. The Maximos outpacing the fours there. 655 to 433. That's almost a ratio of 3 to 2. That's quite incredible. And 336 wickets. Pass score still around about 130. It's been there pretty much almost all tournament. There was a bit of a dip maybe last weekend. I think pass score dropped on average to about a 128, 129 sort of figure, but I'm not surprised it's still hovering around there. That Maximo rate of 11, that's been hovering around there as well, pretty much all series. The consistency of the boundaries has, well, it's been very consistent, I guess that's the way of putting it. Match after match, no matter who's playing, that's kind of what we've seen this whole way through. And 6 wickets per 10 overs, that's also been pretty consistent as well. Let's see how we go here. Good pace. Good start here. Hello to everyone in the chat on the ECN YouTube page there. Good to see you all. Let's have a quick look at the leading run scorers before we go to those guys. Omid Kal and Hadisula Tadakal, 372 runs apiece. Both best scorers. How about that? And Wahidullah Jabakal from Antwerp, 330 runs. Done very well indeed. Harman Guman, I'm glad to see him in there, 259, including a good half century he scored just last night. Just can't get back on the ball at the moment. Hasselt off to a bit of a slow start, albeit a cautious one. None for none early on. The wicket takers, Ravi Thaplial for 12 stars, outstanding, 19 wickets. And then there's pretty much daylight in second place. Then you have to go back to 13 wickets for Zaki Shah and Sareb Zahid from the Royal Brussels team, 13 apiece. Nasiri on 12, and Zarkel, who we'll see in the next innings bowling, he's also got 12 wickets. So there you go. They're the big wicket takers here. Gets bat on ball. It does elevate though. And, oh, that is a terrific running catch. Outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. Had to come off the boundary line. That looks like it's Zarkel. You cannot keep that man out of the game. Already he's standing up and getting involved. He's a very vocal, very proud Beverin team member is Zarkel, and Sabir Zarkel takes a terrific running catch. Had to come in such a long way for that one. And Hasselt tasting a little bit of bitterness there as they lose their first wicket with no run on the board. Harman Gaman, he unfortunately goes for a 5-ball duck. Could not get bat on ball for love or money. And when he finally does, it just goes straight up in the air. Almost landing in no man's land. And then that man there just said, nah, I'll have that. That is such a good catch. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Zarkel who took the catch. My apologies. It was actually Kankel. Apologies. Iftikhar Kankel is going to come over and have a word to me in a minute. He's saying, I took that terrific catch. How about that? And he definitely took that. Was a fantastic running catch. Oh, so much pressure on Hasselt already in this qualifier. Jabbar Jabarkel has bowled a ripper. It's a wicket maiden to start the qualifier. Beverin looking sharp. Hard to believe they've already played a T20 game today, 220 games yesterday as well. They're a little bit tired, but they have come out of the blocks, exploded out of the blocks. And Hasselt already on the back foot with that wicket maiden, looking to looking to resurrect their innings here from the dust. So, big shout out to people in the chat. Hello there, Paul Kempen. I saw you jump in just before we started everything. Wayne's in the chat as well. Hello, Wayne. Good to see you too. Hello to Vinny. Oh, you're already in Landskrona. Oh, excellent. Yep, I was. I knew that Landskrona was starting tomorrow. I've got it in my little recital for later on tonight when I get my chance in front of the camera again. So, thank you for joining us, Vinny. And Antivirus has joined as well. Well, it's good that we have an antivirus in the chat because the last thing you want is to have a virus. So welcome to you as well. So what does Hasselt have to do here? Well, it's pretty simple. They need to get bat on ball for starters. Let's see how they do here. Hits it straight to the player, no run. Kunkel, who took that terrific outfield catch in the previous over, gets rewarded by his skipper and says, come on to bowl. That is 7 dots in a row at the start of this qualifier. 7 dots in a row. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. There we go. That's not a dot. That's no moon. That's a space station. That is out of here. What a great shot that is. There we go. So we've had a club out of the ground crash. Abdul Mohammed leans into that one and goes to deep mid wicket and says, enough of this dot. Let me get into action here. Vinny Sanders' description of how much geography he covers there. That's quite funny there, Vinny. I love it. It goes to replicate it. Just gets a leading edge. Get through for a single. Zakal has a shy. Could have been on there. That scoreboard just starting to tick. Albeit slowly, but it's starting to tick now. It's only the first single. And you see the throw that was a bit wild. So 7 for 1, halfway through the second. Hasselt just rock back on their heels from that first wicket of Harman Gaman. And Kunkel has just infringed down the leg side there with a wide. But I hope you've enjoyed the start here thus far. That wicket maiden from Jabbar Jabarkel, bowling like an absolute monster at the moment. Let's see what Kunkel can do. He's got none for 8. Just trying to bend the back too much. Starting to look a little bit tired, he is. Can you believe that? He's just come from playing a T20 match where he's bowled a few overs as well and been in the outfield. And it's a bit of a warmish day today, probably pushing into mid-20s out in the centre, probably feeling a bit warmer than that. So I can understand why a couple of these Beverin guys might just look a little bit overcooked at the moment. They've been playing a lot of cricket. Last weekend they had to play 8 matches, so 2 T20s on Saturday, 2 T20s on Sunday, and then they had 2 T10s on Saturday, 2 T10s on Sunday. Now, in anyone's language, that is a lot of cricket over one weekend. Kunkel in again. This time he goes towards the vacant backward point. Elevates, gets a Maximo for that. So, Abdul Mohammed, he's doing the right thing by his team. Getting things going here. Good bit of chat there around the ground. That's mainly the dugout you can hear from from Hasselt, cheering every run. Every run's so vital here. This is the qualifier. In case you've just joined us, wondering what's happened to the group games. Well, the group games finished last night. Now this is qualifier, not even qualifier 1, it's simply the qualifier. The winner goes into the final, played later tonight, taking on Brussels Warriors, who booked their spot a couple of nights ago. It's a good dot ball. Lack of feet movement there. Hello to Montelus, who also joins us. Thomas Martinez in the chat. Hello to everybody who's joining us. Settle in for a fun evening. We've got the qualifier. Then after that, we're going to take a bit of an extended break, give the teams just a chance to catch their breath before we have the final coming later on tonight under lights. Bit of a slow bounce of that one. and also picked up a bit slowly. It's 1 bounce and 4 runs. So this over has really turned things around for Hasselt, who were struggling with that first over. It was a wicket maiden in the first over. And now you can see that it just bounces in front there. And now they back it up with an over that goes for 20, I believe. Just another quick look at the standings there. That's who we're looking at. Hasselt taking on Beveren here in this game. Beveren finishing on 25 points. Hasselt 1 point above them on 26. And Brussels Warriors, well, on 26 as well, but just a slightly, ever so slightly better net run rate. And that came down to only 2 deliveries in match 30 last night. The calculation that we received was that the Hasselt team needed to chase down the runs required, 133 runs required in, in 6.3 overs. They did it in 6.5, and that's why they didn't get the necessary little push to net run rate to get them into the final. So they only just missed out. Jabakel in again. Edged and only just put down. Only just. Hope he's all right. He's not getting up. Just want to see if he's okay down there. Getting some close attention though. Ahmad Amanzai just checking in on him. I think he may have gone down a little bit hard there. Umpire needs to get over and just have a little conversation, I think. I hope he's okay. I hope he hasn't concussed himself. Oh, yeah, just went down hard, I think, on the midriff. Might have just taken the wind out of him. I'm just going to pause for a moment here, just while we check on the player down there. I can't quite see who it is down there at that third man position, but definitely went down hard. Let's hope he's all right. Hello to Dave B, who's joined us as well. Yeah, we've got a good crowd in Monteluse. Sounds like a decent crowd. They're hiding under the trees, and they're sort of hiding in the shade. But there's not a bad crowd in. Hopefully we'll get more later on tonight under lights when the final kicks off. I'm sure the Brussels Warriors will bring friends and family along. It's going to kick on here big time. It's going to go back to Vinny's interesting little message you dropped in the chat. What did you say there, Vinny? Today, so here we go. Vinny, today I woke up in Jersey, went through London while watching cricket from Greece, arrived in Denmark watching cricket from Jersey, caught the train to Sweden now watching cricket from Belgium. That is Mr. International right there. Vinny, you have outdone everyone, I reckon, at the table. That's astonishing. It's quite funny when we put it like that. I hope you enjoy the train ride from Copenhagen over to Malmo. It's a lovely train ride. Just a quick travel talk here. If ever you've done the train ride from Copenhagen over to Malmo, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You go over that wonderful bridge that when you approach the airport in the plane, you look at the bridge out the window and it goes halfway across the bay and then it buries itself basically into the water. So you look at it, and the first time I saw it in 2004, I thought, oh, they've only half built the bridge. Well, it'd be good when they get that finished. And I turned to my 2 friends and I said that, who I was traveling to Copenhagen with. And we all just agreed, so it's a half built bridge. When we get to Copenhagen Airport, there's a train to Malmo. And we all went, oh, let's go to Malmo. That'll be our first stop on our Copenhagen trip. We might as well just go over to Sweden. Didn't realise. Go to the airport, it goes underneath half of the bay, then a train pops up in the middle of the bay, goes across that fantastic bridge. There you go. There's a bit of a tourist tip for you. As it looks like we're almost set to go here now. I think the players just had a little bit of attention. I think what's happened is he's winded himself and maybe hope he hasn't like jarred elbows or something like that. But he did look really worse to wear, slow to move. I think it's Syed Akbar Alakazai down there. And officials have just walked past and they've asked, I think, if he's okay. So I think we've got the thumb up. He's okay. So we resume. 21 for 1 on the board. It's just 1 ball of the third over has been bowled. Oh, no, it's not. Sorry, it's not Syed Akbar Alakazai. That looks like that's Noman down there who's just being escorted around the ground by one of our officials, maybe off to get a little bit of treatment. So we hope he's all right. That means Beveren 12th man will come on. That's Mamozai. We continue. Edged, flies away. Probably going to go all the way as well with that kind of pace. It does indeed. That's a Baximo. So Abdul Muhammad taking this game by the scruff of the throat and taking it upon himself to make a bit of a charge here. There's no more group games. This is the qualifier. If you lose this, that's it. You're done. So you might as well go for it. But gets a very healthy edge on that one. And with the pace that Jabakil generates, no surprise that goes for a Maximo. Vinny's comment about his travel and watching. Yeah, it does sound impressive, but yeah, just naming all those places and then obviously the viewing. It's that's what it is to be part of ECN, I guess. That's why we love the job. Connects with that one. Who wants it? It could be a catcher. It could be a Maximo. It's protected from the boundary. Well protected from the boundary. Doesn't get to take the catch. Oh, the bowler was a little bit filthy about that as well. This went so high in the air, and it was in the air for quite a long time. Just ends up sticking a mid out and has flicked the ball back successfully. It's Kunkel out there again, who almost took his second terrific outfield catch. Jabakil, he's got 1 for 9, 3 to come in his over. Good shot down the ground, good straight drive. It's going to beat the fielder as well. So that is all the way along the ground for 4 runs. Big cheer from the dugout as that one gets through. Just one step too far, just a little bit too quick. You see the fielder, that's Zakil just running across, trying to cover that one off. Can't quite get to it. Almost got to it. 4 runs. Abdul Muhammad, 29 from 9. Really getting into it now. Hasselt need this. And they're going to need Wakas Raja to fire up when he gets a chance. Shot and a half. Oh boy. That is an absolute danger of the production area. That has slammed into the wall. Into the concrete steps, into the wall, smashed into the clubhouse. That's going to come back with a dent in it, maybe 2 dents. Watch this. Just hits the top of the roof. And a big shout out to our friends from 2 Circles who are hiding in that part of the of the clubhouse doing all the production. Ramirez is probably just jumped out of his skin wondering what on earth that was. Umpire's checking the ball. He's comfortable with the shape. Okay, I thought maybe we'd have to go to something else there. That was a monstrous shot. 35 from 10 has Abdul Muhammad. He's looking absolutely on here. Oh, nicely done there. Hits it straight to the man at point. Gets down, gets hands on it, and it only gets through for a single. It went like a rocket. So 40 is the score after power play. That's the end of the 3rd over there. Yeah, good work there. Need to give a good shout out there. And so we'll have a look for a tail of, well, there's 3 tails right there. It's a wicket maiden to start off with, and then 2 magical overs. So Hasselt, it's almost like normal service has now resumed, and they've sort of moved on from that really, really powerful first over, which knocked them back on their heels. It was a wicket maiden to start with. Now things are sort of turning around a little bit here. And report Mohammed Noman, he's just walked past me with a couple of the officials. He's off to get some treatment. Hopefully we might see him later on, but right now the 3rd man is on the field. So Hasselt have seen off the opening bowler. That's Jabakil. He's bowled absolutely like a monster possessed. And it's going to be, looks like Hadis Tarakal is going to come on to bowl. He said to me just before the game, I asked him how he was doing. He said, I'm fine, Phil, I'm fine, thank you for asking. But then he did confess and say, look, slight niggling lower back injury. So he's just having a bit of trouble just in a few areas. But he said that's just because we played so much cricket in the last couple of weeks. And it's not just the T10, it's a lot of T20 as well and other games. So he wasn't complaining, just letting me know that's why he's coming off a short run, as he is now. So this can be quite wearing on some of these players. So we start the 4th. Abdul Muhammad facing. He's on 36 from 11. I'm getting ready to push all the tablets and all the computer equipment out of the way in case it comes down here, because if it does, I'll have a split second to try to figure out how I can do that and then take cover at the same time. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Been trained to do this. Single there. Brings Wakas Roger on. He's only faced 2 deliveries. Charge, hit, and caught. Oh, that's not good for Wakas Raja. He's come undone there. Hits the full toss, and unfortunately it's a miss hit. Hits it straight down the throat of Jabbar Jabarkel. He makes no mistake. Hadis gets a wicket in his first over. So this is not the start that Hassop would wanted. Mind you, though, they just had 2 overs that went magical, which sort of brought things back on again. Look at this charge down the crease. Well, having a look at the height there. Now, he's a metre and a half out of his crease, and it is high. But I think the fact that he's so far out of his crease, it's fair enough to say, yep, that was going to be a fair delivery in his normal standing position. Good that the tournament ref had a look at that, just to make sure. Always just want to be sure. So Hadis gets himself a wicket. So the new batter is out there now. It's going to be Omid Rahimi. Now, Omid's made a couple of first ball ducks in the last couple of games he's played, so he's keen to dig in now. Not surprised he's just batted that one down the ground for 1 run. Abdul Muhammad now. Swings really big. I was going to say strikes. Instead, I went for the word swings. He really swung at that one. And it goes 1 bounce over the boundary line. Backward a point for 4 runs. The word for Mohammed Noman from Beverin. It looks like he will not be coming back for this match. He's gone off to get treatment. I'm not sure we're going to see him come back. Just had a bit of a quick update in my ear. So that's a shame, a real shame for him. He went down pretty hard, trying to take a catch there at third man. Hit the ground pretty hard and sort of, well, I wouldn't say quite concussed himself, but he's landed pretty badly and he's getting a bit of treatment. Ooh. Tosses that one up, almost draws it. Oh, so close. Drew the miss hit there, went straight up in the air. It was in the air for quite a while, but unfortunately had no pace. Jabbar Jabarkel, he's pleading his case, which I think is fair enough. He started running in as soon as that shot was in the air, so no fault of the fielder whatsoever. Saw it early, ran in, but there was no oomph behind the shot, and it goes to grass. Well, he tries to give the old slow full toss again, and this time Ahmed Rahimi has said, thank you, I'll have myself some of that, and he puts that one out of the ground, and the 50 up. Now 54 for 2. That's going to be the end of the 4th. So Hadis Tadakel, he gets 1 for 14 from his over. And that's not too bad. But at the same time, they would be looking to curtail the runs. So the run rate, after those 2 magical overs, things have picked up. It's currently going at 13.5. 54 for 2 is the score for Hasselt. And they're sort of fits and starts, really. You start with a wicket maiden. It's always hard to come back, but they came back really well in the next 2 overs with 2 magical overs, and then that over goes for 14, which is fair enough because the current run rate is at 13.5. 2 wickets down though, but that man who's faced right now, Abdul Muhammad, 42 from 14, just been joined by Rahimi, and this is a really good chance for them to rebuild and push on a big score. Bevan's bowling attack has played a lot of cricket these last few weeks. They just need to get a bit of focus here. Can't afford to have 2 more expensive overs. It's going to be Zakil's going to come on to bowl now. It's Zakil, who is a very good all-rounder, has picked up wickets. He's got a lot of runs as well. He's definitely someone on my list to look out for. Been so impressed with his competition so far. Takes a good catch. He patrols the outfield with a lot of confidence. And he's going to start the 5th over now. Current run rate's at 13.5. Here we go. Onto the pads, gets it on the full, just out of the reach of, I think there was a couple of hands on that one, and it deflects. Fielder on the boundary, grabs it. Bowler is unimpressed. Oh, that goes down as a chance. It didn't even go that hard or fast. Mansour Malingzai just spills that one. Ooh, what could have been the dangerous Abdul Muhammad gets a life. Gets a life on 42. Rahimi now. Goes flat and low, and that is going to carry the boundary line. Luckily, if that got 15 feet above the deck, as that was hit really flat and low. Watch this one from side on. Swings hard, and that is a nice shot for Maximo. Rahimi's someone to watch out for. He's failed in the last couple of innings. He got a couple of first ballers the other night against 12 stars, and he's going to look into bring that, get that memory erased from his mind as he goes across the boundary line for 4 here. And you just get the feeling that Bevan are feeling a little bit tired at the moment. They've played a lot of cricket though. The scheduling hasn't been in their favour, as it shouldn't be in anybody's favour for that matter. But they've struggled of late. And as I said early in the piece, if you have to play 8 games on one weekend, that's a struggle in anyone's language. 65 for 2, halfway through the 5th. Good delivery, just quick, just beating for pace completely. Good comeback from the bowler, that one. Very good comeback from the bowler. Most of the noise is coming from the Hasselt dugout that you can hear. The Beveran guys are just being watchful at the moment in the field. Ooh, now, not only has that gone for a Maximo, Saber just had a slight little wobble there with his left foot. Just almost gave way there. No one wants to see an ankle roll. As that goes all the way. Just watch there. Just that stepped off the pitch on his follow through and almost could have rolled the ankle. Need to be careful there. But this is good hitting here from Hasselt. Run rate's now up to 14.7. Goes to bang it in short. Ahmed Rahimi sees it and he clobbers that one. Races to 29 from 7 deliveries. And Beveran get a little bit of medicine here. After that amazing start for them where they had the wicket maiden, thanks to Jabbar Jabarkel. Unfortunately, it's kind of gone all the other way now. Let's have a look at the ECC for men coming up at Khartoum, the Premier Division, which is going to start proceedings off on Thursday, the 25th September. You've got Group A, Group B and Group C action there. So after the group stage of the Premier Division, it will then go to the Challenger Division, which will be played out in its entirety. And then the Championship Group starts on Thursday, the 16th of October. So the winners of those Groups A, B and C join England 11 and Netherlands 11. Can't wait for that. It's getting closer and closer. We'll be there before you know it. So if you're planning on getting down to Khartoum, start making those plans right now. Next over starts. There's one bounce, 4 runs. Crashed to deep mid wicket. He's into up to 47 now. And look at this one again. Just looks so confident with that shot. 47 now he is in 16 deliveries. And that is going to bring up his 50 with a Maximo. Lovely strike. That one goes all the way. Umpire agrees. 53 from 17. Muhammad Abdul Muhammad, take a bow. So, that is Tarakal. There we go. Abdul Muhammad taking the applause from the dugout there. Very happy man. He's done the right thing for Hasselt. Needs to kick on though here. Hasselt will love him to stay there all the way as he's punched that all the way along the ground as well. Goes leg side now, just along the ground, just a slight miss hit there. Happy to take the single. This partnership is going to tick over to 50 runs in 14 deliveries, and both almost equally responsible. Ahmed Rahimi has taken the lead though, that 29 from out of this 50. And Abdul Muhammad has taken 21 from this. Hit the pads, I think, before it hit the bat. The umpire's saying all off the bat. There you go. Indicates 4 runs. There you go. Hit onto the pad and races away. Watch this one more time. Yep. Luckily, he did get the bat on that. Otherwise, that shout could have brought something. Bevan searching for a breakthrough here. Hustle started badly, but now they're right on. Tosses it up and tempts the batter and says, are you good enough to hit that one? Rahimi almost spins himself out of his mind to try to belt that one out of the ground. Doesn't connect though. 6 overs gone, 96 on the board, loss of 2 wickets. Things are going well. Have a look at that. So Harman Gaman, he got a 5-ball duck at the top there. And it was a wicket maiden, the first over. Wakas Raja was out there a few deliveries, only got 1 on the board. But these two have now come together with a real different frame of mind. And this is a good sign here to see it's going to be Rafaela Alakazai coming onto bowl. I'm a big fan of this man. He's got good pace. He thinks about every delivery. He's been incredibly economic throughout this series. And this is good that he comes on now at this time when Bevan's searching for a breakthrough or just to tighten the screws. Swings hard, goes up in the air. And that is going to carry the boundary line. Everyone held their breath just for a moment, and that is indeed carried the boundary line. So he swings through the line on that one, and the 100 up, 102 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets. Hassot here getting some real momentum after that very, very slow start. Another shout out to everyone in the chat. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying everything as well. Enjoying the cricket here, enjoying the cricket in Jersey and in Corfu. We've had a super Sunday of cricket here on the European Cricket Network, and I hope you are loving it. Don't forget, tomorrow we start off in Sweden. Again, new ECS in Sweden tomorrow. Looking forward to that one. It did go leg side. Looking to flick it off the pads there, and it went straight the other direction. Good throw. Keeps it to just 1. Yeah, just look to get on the pads and then end up just getting a bit of a leading edge. And it almost looked like it was intentional, but you could tell he's trying to curl it around the corner and doesn't get that one where he wanted it. Still gets run nonetheless. Alkazai getting a little bit of temporary respite here for Bevan. See if he can continue here. Rahimi all the way along the ground. Just picked up and thrown in. My good friend Sharif, who's looking after the drinks here for me, has brought me over a very refreshing drink. It's exactly what I was looking for at exactly the right time. Thank you, my friend. Going to make sure I give him a good shout out later on during the award ceremony. Halfway through the 7th. Oh dear, that's going to get away from the keeper. Dives, desperate to keep that one. Abdul Rashid, who has kept pretty well in this tournament, animated and just slightly unsighted with the left-hander there. And he had to look around, and by the time he saw it was going and dove, it was already past him. Alkazai gone for 13 in this over. But that is a big mini-mo. That's going to add to the score. 109 for 2. Still 3 to come in the 7th. Thuds into the pad. That echoed around the ground. How's the weather looking for Landskrona is the question in the chat from Montelus. I haven't seen the forecast with Landskrona actually. Maybe Vinny on his way there might be able to give us an update. If he's out of the tunnel from Copenhagen, might look out the window and tell us how it's looking. Hit down the ground. There's protection deep. So it's been a better over here. Rafael, as I said, he's incredibly economic. His stats show that he's going at around about 8 runs and over And this is exactly what Beveren needed. They need someone to put the brakes on and try to reduce the number of boundaries that have been hit. And he's done exactly that. He's doing his job. He's to finish strong here for Beveren. And he does. Almost gets through as well. Goes to the big swing, does Abdul Muhammad. Watch this one again. It's going to pass right between pad and leg stump. Good delivery, good over. Beveren needed that. Just needed a moment's respite from this onslaught come to them from Rahimi and Abdul Muhammad. Hey, speaking of Sweden, Landskrona kicking off tomorrow with Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo in the situation there in the commentary. We've got 5 matches coming your way. The ECS Sweden, it's Ariana Kif versus Malmo to kick things off. Then Seaside take on Malmo. Ariana Kif back against the Ariana Cricket Club. Seaside take on Ariana CC, and we finish with Ariana Kif versus Malmo. There's ECS for men, and later we'll have ECS for women there in Sweden. So it's going to be a big week, a big 5 days of that European Cricket Series for men coming up. Can't wait. Looking forward to that one. Hope you are as well. So after we finish here tonight, it'll be, wow, we'll finish 3 series today. How's that? Oh, it gets an edge. That's just a bit of luck. But luck runs your way. You go with it. You ride it. And that goes for 4. I think that's all bat. Doesn't go for a goal. Need to go a bit wider for a goal. Rahimi, 39. This partnership, 73. Mohammed's build 28 runs of that. Rahimi's put 39 into that one. What a great partnership this has been for Hasselt. They really needed this. Oh, what a great shot that is. Oh, and the cheer from the bench over there in the dugout was equal to the task. Lifting their team, lifting their batters. And Rahimi here is playing a blinder of an innings. This is exactly what he needed to do. Now, Rahimi, he's raised his bat to the dugout. I think he's under the impression that he's made his 50. He hasn't. So I think maybe some of the dugouts having a bit of a laugh with him. He's on 45. Abdul Muhammad's on 65. He's still got a few more runs to get, Rahimi. Well, there we go. There we go. Right on cue. Okay, now he's got his 50. What a lovely innings from 14 deliveries. That shows his quality. I know he got a couple of golden ducks in a row a few nights ago, and well, a few people could sort of raise their eyebrows, but I know this guy is a quality batter. He's a good striker of the ball. He's a very whippy play. He whips the ball ever so fast, and this has been an astonishing display here. 127 for 2. What he shouldn't do is give the charge. That's where he starts to go wrong. When he starts to come out of his crease and charge down the wicket, that's where he loses his track, loses his mind, and he just completely loses focus. Seen this a few times from him. If he stands in his ground, he gets that extra split second just to align himself with the ball, and then he can swing through. That's Phil's coaching tip of the day. Buy one, get one free. Straight up in the air. Who wants it? It's probably going to carry all the way. Oh, 2 players almost run into each other, and unfortunately for the lack of talking, they have managed to escort that one right over the line. Have a look at this then. Oh, that's disappointing. Yep, that is really disappointing. So Emran Mamazai, who's down there, along with Rafael Alakazai, they haven't worked together to save that boundary. And if you're the bowler, Ahmedzai, you would stand there, hand on hips, and say, guys, every run counts. 131 for 2, last ball of the 8th coming up. Oh, has to duck the head, but he's got a very fine hook shot that smacks into the fence on the full. The pace of the ball just flies away. And these two are absolutely caning the Beveren attack. I said at the start, I felt that the Beveren bowling attack would be the difference between the two teams. I didn't mean for that reason. But cricket's a game of 2 halves. Beveren will come out and they've got their opportunity to get after the Hasselt bowling as well. So there's that. That run rate, 17.13, 137 for 2. 2 overs to come. Hoo boy. Looking forward to that. Vinny Sandhu mentioning the 2 Ariana teams have an intense rivalry. Yep, it is going to be popcorn time when they hit the pitch together. I'm going to look forward to that. I'm flying back to Prague tomorrow, but I guarantee I'll be definitely tuning for that if I can. And then when I'm back in my little home office there, going back to work, I will be watching those games intently. Hope everyone's had a really good weekend in the chat. This is Phil G, just giving a shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for joining us here on a final Sunday here in Belgium. And I hope you've had a great weekend. That's just fallen in at the body, and it's hooked around the corner. That's a danger to the gallery out there who are watching. And yeah, might have to have a look at let's have a look at height on that one. It's gone there somewhere as we slowly get back into focus. Where is it? There it is. It's a blur. Yeah, what's your call? He's a few steps out of the crease, so maybe that's going to be okay. It is going to be okay. Rafaela with a bit of work to do here to bring this one back. Good quick delivery. 143 for 2. 10 deliveries to come in this innings. And Beveren are going to be chasing a score, you'd think, into the high 160s, maybe 170. Abdul Mohammed, 71 from 25 deliveries. Ahmed Rahimi, 61 from 17, just going at blistering pace. Plays off the toes. That is going to beat the fielder as well for 4, all the way along the deck. Nicely played. Not everything has to go in the air. And that is really lovely shot, that one. Just working the ball that was coming down onto the toes. He hasn't tried to miss hit it. Yeah, well, no one wants to miss hit it, but he hasn't tried to overhit it. And therefore, he's clipped it very nicely indeed. You see the skipper, Hadis, is getting across. Have a little encouraging word to Al-Ghazai, suggesting maybe something different. The partnership is over 100. Oh, blink and you miss it. It's 107. And 6 is given there as well, by the way. So 149 for 2 on the board. 107 in 31 deliveries. Elevates. It may not have the legs. It does have the legs. Well, I've seen shots that looked, they've gone faster and higher than that in that direction, and they haven't carried. So, yep, I should have gone to Specsavers. I didn't think that was going to carry. But Abdul Mohammed, he has got a real bit of power behind the bat. Watch that. And just escorted at the last minute. Zakil cannot get to it. And there's the Hasselt team. The dugout looking ecstatic with this comeback. They were rocked back on their heels in that first over where I had to deal with a wicket maiden from Jabbar Jabarkel, who's fielding just near me. Started things off so well for Beveren, but since then, it's been tough for Beveren. Every ball is being clapped. Every single run, every wide, everything that goes Hasselt's way is getting a massive cheer. They're trying to get in the heads of the Beveren team. And I think it's working. Johnny He, it's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much for that, Johnny. I appreciate it. Always appreciate your work. Want to lose as well, giving me a hi as well. Thank you, everybody. Timothy Lucas as well, you're in there. Vinny's still around. Oh, it's going to run away. It does indeed. Oh dear, oh dear. It goes for 4 byes. Abdul Mohammed looked at the umpire, and I think he was a little bit filthy. He didn't get something on that. Yep, he swings the bat in a little bit of disgust, but sort of comical disgust that he got nothing on that. Or maybe suggesting he did get something on that. But either way, it doesn't matter. It's in the book as 4 byes. Rafael Al-Ghazai. Well, I gave him a rev up, and look at this. He's gone for 33 for no wicket off his 1.5. He's got 1 more ball to come. 160 on the board. This plus 1 over left. Abdul Mohammed, he's eyeing off a ton here. A surprise ton out of nowhere. Oh, it's a slower ball. It's going to have to be re-bowled though. Goes down leg side. Yeah, so Abdul Mohammed, 83 from 28, really has motored quite nicely. He was the man who got everything back into order for Hasselt. Just when he faced the start of the second over, he just said, look, I don't care if we've just had a wicket maiden bowled against us. Hang on to your heads. And he just went crash. 2 overs in a row that went for 20. Shot. Has dug that one out and gone downtown. That is capital G-O-R-N-E gone. That's out of here. Hasselt making a lot of noise here today as well. They're loving it. Johnny here saying other opticians are available. I'm not sure if that was reference to a couple of things that I said earlier. Might have been. Yep, there are opticians available. Don't think we have Specsavers in Prague, but I'm sure I'll find someone. Rafael Alakazai, he goes from 40 for his 2 overs, very expensive, as is Sabir Zakiel. He's gone for 23 from his single over. Just looking to see who's going to get to bowl the last one. It probably will be Salazar Israel, I believe. Don't think we haven't seen him bowl yet, so yep, he's just marching out his, just measuring his run up now. 167 for 2. Ahmed Rahimi's on strike. Abdul Muhammad's at the non-strike stand. He's on 89. What does Rahimi do? Does he belt everything to the boundary for the team, or does he give Abdul Muhammad the chance to do that and maybe pick up a ton along the way? We've only had one centurion in the night series, just the one, and that was Hadisula Tarakel for Beveren. He got 106 not out early on in the piece. Now, where's the batter going? Abdul Muhammad is heading towards the boundary line. Not sure why. I mean, we've got one more over to go, and the umpire, Cryer Early, says, no, come on back here. Where are you going? Did he think it was the 10th, or was he maybe going for a drink? I'm not sure what. But we already had a bit of a break with the injury. Goes up in the air. Everyone's holding their breath as it comes down. And not sure why. It is a big cheer. There we go. It's a delayed cheer from the bench over there. I think maybe they were just looking the other way, but Ahmed Rahimi has joined the party. And that one is out of the ground. Paul Kempen says this is an assault. This is an assault from Hustle. Nice rhyming there, Paul, by the way. Oh, that's even better. Even more emphatic. And that is over the dugouts by a real long way. Hard to believe the first over was a maiden, a wicket maiden. And here we are, looking for a score maybe in the white 80s. But we're not done. That's the catch, we're not done yet. So Hasselt here taking it right up to the champions, the ECL representatives of Belgium, Beveren. To be fair on Beveren, they've played a lot of cricket these last couple of weeks. But take nothing away from Hasselt. This is a great display. 179 for 2. That's going to go towards the scaffolding. And it lands just at the bottom of the scaffolding for another Maximo. $185 now. Dare we say 200 coming? Dare we say that? Ahmed Rahimi is striking the ball so well. This has been a blistering display from him. He's up to 79 from 20 deliveries. Good short ball. Very good short ball, that one. Well bowled, well directed, good timing. But do you feel that the score's already on the board? That's it. Could Hasselt even declare at this point and say, there you go. We're so confident, there you go. Good evening to Ian Smullen as well. Join us in the chat as we get to the end of this innings. It's been an amazing innings, Ian. That's going to be a wide. Have that one again. There's a bit of love in the chat for Hasselt as well. Yeah, the bowling, I just feel the bowling's been a little bit tired. I'm just looking at these last few deliveries. The amount of 4s and 6s is incredible. Ahmed Ahmadzai especially. Oh, goes to pray. Bit of a trick shot there. Changes his bat over, goes to reverse. Watch this. And unfortunately doesn't get anything on that. The men on the offside are all in the circle, except for a deep point. So if he gets it any finer than deep point, which is very square, that's going to be a boundary. So I can understand why he went for the shot. Last ball of the innings coming up, 186 for 2 plus this. Stands normally and crunches that away for a Maximo. That's what I've said about Ahmed Rahimi. Don't do anything silly, nothing funny. You don't need to do it. Stand and deliver, and that's his bread and butter kind of innings right there. That is an astonishingly good innings. He ends up on 85 in 23, and that is an incredible innings from him. Well, Abdul Muhammad as well, the 89 from 29. He's the one who started it all off for Hasselt, got them back on track. These two came together when the score was 42 for 2. It's now 192 for 2. That's a 150-run partnership for these two. Absolutely amazing. Probably have to look at the record for partnerships. I'm sure there's been a couple of, not outs where the two openers have carried their bat all the way through and made a really big score. I'm sure there is, but this is an astonishing partnership. 150 runs for this wicket. As you're rolling the highlights here, you can see there was that wicket maiden that was taken, a really good catch there from Kankel early on. And then everything pretty much went the Abdul Muhammad way as he came in and said, "Nah, let me take care of this for you." And he put so much confidence back into Hasselt after that really rough start that they had. That wicket maiden in the first over. Everything from then on was absolute gravy. Absolute gravy. It's the best way to describe it. I can't think of a better way to do it. Jabarkel holds on to a hot chance there. He takes a catch, and that was the second wicket that fell. And that was the end of Wakas Raja, who couldn't get going. He was there for a fair bit of time. He only faced 3 deliveries, but he was there for about 10 minutes. And then that was a 50 to Abdul Muhammad, a well-deserved 50. He was the one who guided this score along. And then when he was joined by Omid Rahimi, it's like a monster just woke from its slumber. And Beveren were having a lot of conversations, bowlers and fielders having a chat. And honestly, it just became a case they didn't know where to go. Every bowler who came on got absolutely caned. That's pretty much how it worked. Omid Rahimi, I was super impressed with his innings. He took 23 deliveries to hit 85, and that is such good hitting. So Abdul Muhammad ends up with 10 sixes and 5 fours. Omid Rahimi gets 11 sixes and 4 boundaries, 4 fours. He's striking at around 370. Abdul Muhammad striking around 307. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible stuff from these guys. That partnership at 150 as well. They came together, as I said, at score of 42 for 2, 3.2 overs. So they have taken 6 overs, 36, 40 deliveries to hit 150 runs. Magic stuff. They've obviously been watching the Jersey final at the Hasselt Clubhouse over the weekend, and they've said, "Oh, so that's how you do it." And they've brought that game along. Ends up with 192 for 2 on the board, 17 extras in there. The bowling was a little bit wayward, a few wides getting through there, including a mini-mo. It might have been 2 mini-mos actually. But you can't say much more about those two batters who put on that astonishing partnership of only 40 deliveries. Every bowler getting a bit of stick there, except for Hadisula Tadakel. He's got 1 for 33. Jabarkel, that 1 for 20, including the wicket maiden as well. And that is really good work from him. He's the only shining light in what you have to say is a bit of a horrific result there for Beveren. Well, it's not the result, it's the halfway stage. And at halfway stage, I can tell you this, that Beveren need to come out and they need to do something astonishing here, chasing 193 in 10 overs. Well, they're going to have to find something. They're going to have to channel their inner Jersey ECS sort of form to try to come out and do this. I'm not sure if they can do a Central Commander or a Southern Spitfires and come out and belt that off 10. They're going to have to, though, if they want to get into the final, because that's what's beckoning. Brussels Warriors wait on the sides. They've got their spot in the final. They're watching this and saying, right, who's going to join us? The qualifier is there to play for. It's up for grabs. We're halfway through, so we're going to take a quick break back here for the run chase in approximately 5 minutes' time. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying, don't go too far. You never know what can happen here. See you soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's a warm welcome back to the run chase here in this qualifier, the European Cricket Series of Night, Belgium. It's the second last game, the penultimate match here in a lovely setting here in central Belgium under bright blue skies. 192 is the score on the board. Hasselt have done themselves every bit of justice and favour here, getting a massive score on the board. So if they can, well, actually the bonus point doesn't really matter. I'm just looking at the screen there, and bonus point equation for a final, not relevant, because a bonus point will not help anybody now. It's all to play for. It's either win or go home. We start the run chase. Starts with a dot, a good dot too. Hasselt cheering everything that's coming their way. So in case you missed it, you missed a blistering innings there from Hasselt. Two amazing innings from Ahmed Rahimi, 85 from 23, and Abdul Mohammed, 89 from only 29, really anchored things and got things back on track after an early wicket maiden in their innings. Goes inside out, and oh, that's a massive body blow. Hit down, straight down the throat of Shri Butt. Oh my goodness me, the Hasselt people are going off here. Absolutely going off. Hadis Tadakal goes. Oh, Beverin in all sorts of trouble. Sherry Butt, he wasn't asked to come and do any bat, he didn't have to, but he's held that catch as easy as you like. Couldn't get enough of that down the ground, and he's come undone. And that is a massive body blow for the chances of Beverin to get through this qualifier. Captain goes for only 0 from 2 deliveries. Sherry Butt almost froze in time as he couldn't believe he got that one. And Beverin have to go at 19.2 and over from here on in, and that is not a great start. Bowler getting massive pat on the back. Bit of a get around as well, quite rightly so. Zarkal, he's one of those bowlers who has performed so well. If you watched yesterday's game, the first 2 deliveries he bowled in the game against Royal Brussels last night, if you didn't see that, please, during the match breaks, go back and watch those first 2 deliveries he bowled. I was literally out of my skin, couldn't believe how good they were. And the camera angle that we have looking straight down the pitch, the swing and the full delivery he bowled. 2 first bowlers he gave the opening, the 2 bats. And the batter 1 and 3 were gone for first bowlers. Don't worry about the spoiler alert, just watch it and be astonished. That's how good he is. Really showed his quality last night. Let's see what we can do now. Abdul Rashid, pressure, big pressure on Beverin. Oh, it's almost hit it straight to Wakas Raja, who's just fielding on inside the circle, but only just inside that circle. He was a little bit back, not in really a regular mid-off position. Sort of expect mid-off to be a few more sort of metres in. As it is, it's bounced probably about 6 or 7 metres just in front of him, but straight to him nonetheless. Just pace. Really big pace, that one. Goes straight past. Look at that swing. See that in swing he's got. It was swinging and straightens as it swings. Look at this. Wow. That movement. When he gets onto on the full ball that aimed right at the base of the stumps, he can bowl something like that at the pace he's got. Oh, I feel sorry for the stumps. Comes in again. Hit down the ground. Wakas Raja does the fielding. No chance of a run. Are we going to get a carbon copy of Hasselt's first over where they had a wicket maiden? Looks like Beverin are heading towards potentially wicket maiden themselves. Sabo Zarkil, he's at the non-striker's end. It's good that he's been brought up to open as well. He's quite explosive and an explosive batter here to take control of this power play. However, the first over in the power play is almost done. Here we go, last ball of the first. It's full and it just misses. Oh, the bowler tells a story in that expression. Watch this again. Yeah, it's not far away. It just didn't get the extra swing that he usually has been getting. So the one delivery that doesn't swing is the one that gets missed and could have collected the stumps. Oh boy, oh boy. 15 matches since the Golden Ball. Well, I'll tell you what, it would be awesome if we could replicate what happened in Jersey in some sort of way. Obviously, no one's gonna replicate that for quite a long time, I would say. Exactly. But you never know, maybe we can get something good going here. We start with a wicket maiden. That happened to Hasselt, and they put 192 runs after that. Let's see what happens here. It's a wide ball. Mahathir Mohammed here. He's got his back up now. He's got a lot of confidence. The bowlers must absolutely love this. They've got such a massive target for them to help defend. And you must bowl with so much confidence here. That's the first runs on the board for Beverin too, by the way, that wide. Yep, be impressed with the swing from Zarko from that previous over. You should be. Almost gets a feather edge, so close. A lot of noise here at the ground. The gallery is beefing up. There's a few more people over there now. I'm counting probably around about 35, 40 people. That's going to increase once the Brussels Warriors guys get here as well. Oh, what are we seeing here? 1 for 1 in the first. Connects this time though, and that's going to fly away backward a point for a Maximo. So shades of deja vu here from what I've just seen in the previous innings, as we start with a wicket maiden for both, and then we get things going with a lovely big strike backward a point for a Maximo. So as far as I'm concerned, if Hasselt can do it, Beverin can do it. Beverin, the ECL representatives of Belgium in ECL 25 and 23. Next weekend we'll be playing in, I think, the league championships for silverware. Good dot. Bit of pace there. Zarkil just cannot get bat on ball. And I think all the confidence right now riding with Hasselt. You'd have to say that, right? Have a look at Supercomputer. Well, I'll tell you what, Supercomputer is mega confident about this one, giving Beverin only a 2% chance of a win here. And as any statistician will tell you, when you get percentages like that, there's always a 1% chance of error. On the stumps, that one. That's been punched straight down the ground. Just going to be one. And Beverin, I know they need 20 plus and over, but they need to be ticking that scoreboard. It's not good enough to let dot balls through. Run rate already 22.2. I feel like saying Richie Beno, but I won't. Crashed over the boundary, and again that's another Maximo. It looked to me like it carried the boundary line. Might have a look at the replay on that one. It looked like it carried the boundary line over backward point. This time it was Abdul Rashid who belts this one. Yep, I think so. And there it is. There's a signal from the umpire. Dave B asking, what are those holes to the right of the pitch? And Ian saying, you've only just spotted those. You know, they have indeed been there for a while. I think that's something to do with the drainage here. But they are nicely covered. There's a big little, just in the top of the screen on that shot there, that's where the water supply is. It comes out through the taps to water the ground. They connect the roving sprinkler, that one. That's the end of an over. That's the end of Mahathir Mohammed's over. 15 from it. And when you need to go at 20 per over, that is a good over. Doesn't get a wicket. Got a few dot balls. Got hit for a couple of Maximos as well. Well, the standings, this is why we're here, because it's Hasselt and Beverin who both finished on 7 wins and 3 losses. And Hasselt had the additional bonus point to give them 26 points. Beverin on 25. And that's why they're facing off here in this match. The winner goes through to the final. Brussels Warriors are somewhere waiting. I think they're probably just looking to maybe sort of pack their gear up and start to head towards the cars. Maybe in the next sort of 20 minutes or so, make their way to the ground. And they'll be ready to take on the winner from this contest. Miss hit, it's in the air. This could be another catch. It is another catch. Sherry Butt hangs on to another one. It wasn't a difficult chance. He's still got to catch him though. The important thing is they hold the catch. That's 2 wickets down. Sebe Zarkil has to go. He tries to elevate and cannot get out of the ground. And I think for me, this is Beveren showing a little bit of tiredness. They've had a very, very tough agenda with the cricket over the last couple of weeks. And this is going to be quite taxing on their bodies. And you just get the feeling that's what it is. But Hasselt capitalising here. Take nothing away from their effort. And Sebe Zarkil goes for 7 from 5 deliveries faced. Sherry Butt takes his second catch of the innings. And that's good bowling as well. Very good pace bowling. Ainuddin Zarkil has bowled so well in this tournament. There's been a shining light for Hasselt. It's almost a shame he only bowls the first and the third over, doesn't get a chance to bowl again. Obviously, bowlers only get 2 overs maximum here. He's been very impressive. Hasn't been taken to the cleaners that much. He's got 2 for none. How about that? Well, he might have 3 for none the second. Who wants it? Oh, doesn't take it. They're going to sneak through for another one. Just a little bit of sleep at the wheel there, the fielders. And a little bit of trick. You can afford to do a few tricks, so if you're the bowler who's got 2 wickets for no runs and then a couple come off your bowling, you're allowed just that little moment of trickery there. Almost takes a diving catch, but cannot hold it in the end. I think that was that Staniksai Aurangzeb, I think, who did put in the big dive. There were 3 players converging, went to ground, 17 for 2. Zarkil's got 2 for 2 now. Struck on the pad. Umpire not interested. Because there was a bit of bat on that. That's pretty much the way it goes. Unless the umpire is going to suddenly change his mind. Nope. He walks back to his position. Doesn't give us the leg by signal. Must have been some bat. Abdul Rashid, he's facing now. He's got 6 from 6. Malangzai's just joined him. He's 3 from 2. Zarkil is bowling absolutely beautifully at the moment. He's got 2 wickets for 3 runs. Had 2 for none at one point. Oh, it's full. And that is not a good ball. I think he was going for that Yorker length delivery, trying to get a bit of in-swing, that killer delivery that he bowls. And this one, he's just let that go a little bit too early. And that has been pulled around the corner by Rashid. He gets a welcome boundary to Beveren. Michelle's already calling the final. You probably might be right there, because Beveren have got an absolute mountain to climb. I mean, this is even steeper than the north face of Everest, what they've got to do here. This is completely vertical, what they've got to do here. You have to go at 23.72 runs per over. That's a 4 every delivery from here on in. And even that will probably just get you to the win maybe in the last over. So there's that. 23 for 2, last ball of the power play coming up. Struck down the ground, very nice. Oh, good stop there. Wakas Raja puts the hand down and says, nope, not getting past, not on my watch. And he stops that one from going any further. And that's Hasselt's attitude right in a nutshell, in one stroke right there. He's got a taped up hand as well. I think that's a result of something that happened the other day when he got hit straight back at him. Have a look at that. Hasselt's tower block situation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 magical overs and 1 supersonic over. Huge, huge striking, especially when you look at the end there with Muhammad Abdul and Omid Rahimi absolutely getting crazy in those last overs. Put on 150 runs in 40 deliveries in that partnership. How about that? Goes in the air, shouts to catch it. Fielder comes in off the boundary line and grasses it. Oh, red hot chance, that one. Goes down. Fakhar Zaman grasses it, staring to the sun. That is a really difficult one. This time of day, you are basically battling with the sun to spot where the ball is. That was tough, really tough. Wide delivery follow-up there. The good thing is that I saw the senior players of Hasselt, and I'm talking about Wakas Raja, Sherry Butt, and the skipper. They all pumped up the fielder after it went to ground, and you could hear them. They were saying, "Next one, next one." and they were clapping, and no one else was saying anything negative towards the player, the fielder. They all understood, and that's the focus that Hasselt have right now. They're looking really, really good here. Beveren need a lot of runs. They don't have much time to do it. That run rate required is now up to 24.29. So it's now over one boundary every over. It's over 4 and over. Sorry, 4 a ball. We're talking balls now. Jeez, that's incredible. Beveren's still fighting though. Just the start of the 4th. And they need a couple of supersonic overs coming up here. They really need to find something else. So, Mahathir Mohamad continues. Malingzai on 5, Abdul Rashid on 12. If you're just joining us, welcome, by the way, and I hope you're enjoying the spectacle of this qualifier in this night series. It's looking very strong right now for Hasselt. They're in the box seat. Got him. Well, not just in the box seat. They are properly in the driver's seat, and someone's handing them the car keys. As I speak, as the stumps are hit, it was a full delivery. It was straight at the stumps, and stumps got absolutely smashed. Mahathir Mohamad has collected the edge, and it's cannoned onto the stumps. And that, to me, it says what I said a couple of overs ago, that Beveren looked tired. They've had a really, really tough run of it in the last couple of weeks. A lot of games to play, and they're looking like they're exhausted. And Hasselt capitalising. They're getting on top of that. And they are marching, absolutely marching on their way into a final showdown against the Brussels Warriors later on today. Still a bit early to call. I'll look to the chat and see if you're calling it. I'm not calling it, not yet, no way. Ahmadzai starts us off with a boundary. 32 for 3, 2 to come in the 4th. It's worth noting that during the group stage, Beveren had 2 wins over Hasselt and 2 convincing wins as well. Wickets shared between all the fast bowlers. Hasselt failed to chase down a 169 in the first match they faced. That's a better shot. That's going to carry. Out of the ground, Maximo, lovely strike that one, down the ground. So is this going to be the momentum they want? Mahathir in again. Well, there's another strike. So there's a couple of big hits in a row. This is the kind of momentum shift that we're looking for from Beveren if they want to get into that final being played later tonight. That's right into the hitting zone. Not a good delivery from Mahathir. And I know there's a lot of runs on the board, but they don't want to have that door open even slightly. That's a good way to end the over as well. That little uptick there. Well, that run rate is going the direction it needs to go if you're a Beveren fan. The run rate is only at 11, so it's 44 for 3 after 4. But they need to be going at, around 25 per over now. Maybe even more than that. Let's wait for that graphic to pop up and tell us the tail. There you go. So 25 per over. That gets them into the 10th. And it gets them the win. But Abdul Rashid and Ahmadzai, can you go at 25 and over? Let's see. Zaki Shah, skipper, is going to come on to bowl. We'll start with a dot. Nice delivery, that one. Thomas Martinez stepping up for Christopher Ward in the chat and giving us the transport emojis. He would indeed, Thomas. I agree with that sentiment. Swing and a miss. Zaki Shah, skipper coming on and making sure he can get a nice tight over in here, just to make sure after the last couple of deliveries of that previous over, just went over across the boundary. Maybe just looking to put a bit of a statement here and just try and close things down. That's 3 dots in a row. Well bowled. Every dot, that run rate now pushing up to 27 runs needed per over for Beveren. Well, finally gets a bat on that, but it's going to be caught by the keeper. And it's a pretty easy catch in the end. So Paramjit Singh, he gets a chance to get himself into the books in this qualifier with a nice catch. It was bound to happen after 3 dots in a row, and it forces the error. And a pretty easy catch for the keeper, but Paramjit Singh, he'll be happy to get his name in the books with the job with the gloves. That's another wicket down, Abdul Rashid. And I think it's okay if you guys want to start looking for car keys there in the chat. He knew it. Abdul Rashid, he knew it. As soon as it came off the bat, he just started walking off. He didn't even bother to wait to see if it was going to be spilled. So Syed Akbar Alakazai, he comes in now. What can he do? They're just swinging hard now. Unfortunately for Beveran, this is not going to be their day. It just looks like they're going to run out of batters, going to run out of steam. The score on the board is imposing, and they've been stuck on 44 for 4 this entire over. This might end up being another wicket maiden. Last ball of the over. Oh, how did that not hit the stumps? Zaki Shah is beside himself. He doesn't know how that wasn't a wicket. Watch this one more time. How was that not cannoned into the stumps or even connected with the pad? It's just bounced and it's gone straight up over the stump. That's an incredible delivery. How does that happen? Well, that is the 2nd wicket maiden for this innings and the 3rd wicket maiden for the match. And thank you to 1xBet for the chance to do an in-game analysis here. And the analysis is pretty straightforward, and that is, Beveran, you need to be dealing in 6s for the next 5 overs, and you need to be hitting, well, 5 of them every over in order to get the win here to qualify for the final. The run rate required is just under 30. That is a bridge too far for almost any team. Every shot that doesn't go to the boundary, there's a scream of good bowling. And there's a generous round of applause as well. So Fakhar Zaman, he gets to come on and bowl. He spilled a catch just a bit earlier, but he had a tough opportunity staring into the night sky, well, into the day sky. The sun absolutely blinding him. Don't think he even saw the ball until the last minute. And Beveran, you get the feel in the middle order, they're just going to swing. They're probably not going to hit through the line, they're just going to swing across the line and hope to pepper deep mid-wicket with as many boundaries as they can. It's 147 from 28 to win. Just not sure they're in with a big chance here. Just going to check and see. Yeah, even the supercomputer has taken down the percentage chances of the win. So supercomputer has gone to sleep until the final. That's hit up in the air, shouts a catch. And that's going to make the boundary line. So that goes for Maximo. And then that was quite a good shot. 50 up. It seems they've taken such a long time to get to 50 as well. They needed to be in the 50s pretty much before the end of the power play. So you could say they're probably about 3 overs behind where they need to be. 141 from 27 required. That run rate is now 31.33. 52 for 4. Ahmed Ahmadzai playing a lone hand here. 23 from only 5 deliveries faced. That's a wide ball. Just the wide. And Dave B mentioned the Grizzlies swinging about. It sure is. Their bowlers are getting some really good swing here. The grass was watered, I guess, overnight and also this morning, and then there was a game here earlier, and you feel that wet heat coming off the grass. I mean, it's obviously dry now, don't get me wrong, but you can just feel that. And you can feel that too, because that is another catch to Wakas Raja, who takes a well-judged catch there, diving away to his left. And that is the 5th wicket down, and that is start the car time. It's official. It's time to start the car. We are done. Stick a fork in it. That goose is cooked. What other euphemisms can I come up with? 53 for 5 is the score in the 6th. 140 runs needed of 26 balls. And Hasselt are going to storm their way into the final. And with this kind of result, I think the Brussels Warriors, they're driving up pro right now. They might be here at the ground. They might be having just to reset their expectations of the final and maybe go back into a bit of a planning session from what they've seen here. Such a dominant display from Hasselt against quality opposition. Oh, I thought that was going to come to me then. I was getting ready to to push all the gear down and jump out in front of the table. Try and get myself on camera just one last time before we go home. I've still got one more match before I can do that. We'll see. I am ready though. And just flick very nicely off the toes for a 4. As easy as you like, as calm as you like, no panic there. Akbar Alakazai, watch this one again. Minimal footwork and just takes it from leg stump and pokes it around the corner for 4 runs. Nice shot indeed. And that is going to be the end of the over. Let's have a look and see how things are looking for them. Not looking great. It's a 58 for 5 after 6. 58 for 5 after 6. And Hasselt all over this one. The top order for Beveren haven't fired a shot. And they've surrendered pretty much. Given up. Well, not given up. They haven't given up. They won't give up. But unfortunately, this is just a bridge way too far. And it's going to be Wakas Raja now to come on and bowl. He's going to bowl the 7th. So we've got 4 overs to go. 135 runs. 4 overs to go. And there's a good bit of friendly chat between the senior players, talking about Zaki Shah, Sheribat, and Wakas Raja just down here in front of me. Long on, long off, and the bowler about to get started. And they are the seniors in the team, and they deserve a big pat on the back for getting their team up here and keeping them confident and focused and delivering what is going to be a bit of a knockout blow here to Beveren. They're going to be knocked out here. Still swinging and still trying hard. Well, that's a Maximo. That goes all the way. It was wide and it was short. It was in the slot. And Jabbar Jabbarkil obliges by swinging everything of that one. The kitchen sink right behind that shot goes from Maximo. Nice strike. So no one's saying that Beveren are going to stop trying. Of course they will keep going. You keep fighting till the fight is done. Swing pulls this one to deep mid-wicket. Oh, now that's got through a couple of fielders there. Now, this is good from the captain. The captain is saying to the rest of the fielders who are watching that, you know, don't drop your heads, keep clapping them up, encourage the fielders to do better next time. That's what you have to do, and that is a real good sign there from the skipper and the senior players in the team to do that. Most other teams, they'd probably be asking the fielders what they're doing, why did that happen, and trying to get silly questions out of them. So shot to the covers there. The cover just deflects it. Footwork there. Zaki just makes sure that it doesn't get to the boundary. It's all he had to do. It just rolled. Didn't have to get them too low, but nicely done. Look at this. Just comes off the shoulder in the replay. You can see there. And Zaki Shah had to change direction and come back. And, well, we're on a football field here, so he's not out of place doing that little instep. This pitch sandwiched between 2 football fields here in Hofstadter. Oh, what a good ball that was from Wakas Raja. That 4th ball was a beauty. And slightly bit of away movement as it pitched there. You still feel that the sting's gone out of the game now. The run rate has gone well beyond the point of no return. Beveren are just going to swing hard here. And, oh, Wakas Raja doesn't take the caught and bowled. Not sure he's going to be too upset about that. Still, the captain gives a clap and says still well done, which is positivity, positive reinforcement around the ground. Good to see. Had to run a long way too. There was no fielder able to come in off the boundary line to take that. There's no one inside the circle on the leg side. They're all inside the circle on the offside. And this one goes out to the boundary rider. Good work there. The lone boundary rider on the offside, he's hit it straight to him. There's a bit of luck going their way. So Mahathir Mohammed gets down and fields that one. That is 7 overs gone, 72 for 5 on the board. Still 120 runs astray of where they need to be. And Beveren are accepting their fate, I think, here. As we look at the schedule here, that's for tonight. So the current game in front of you, the qualifier, Hasselt, who came 2nd, and Beveren, who came 3rd. And the final coming later on tonight, that is at 8:30 local time. That is still 2 hours away from now. Royal Brussels waiting for the winner of this match. It's going to be Hasselt. They're going to march into that final. Still a bit of a sting in the tail though, as Akbar Alakazai has not given up. He wants to keep hitting, and why not? Like I said, you keep fighting until the fight's done. And Elliot Ness said that to Al Capone. How about that for a quote? Goes downtown this time, and a third catch to Sherry Butt. He's such a good, safe pair of hands. It's ridiculous how many times he takes catches. He's probably got the most catches in the tournament. I'll have to check that during the break. But that is yet another catch to that man. Owns that part of the ground. The straight shot all the way around to the long on area. Yep, here is his third catch. He caught Hadis Tarakel early on, got him for a duck. And then Sabizaki tried to do the same thing, then also got caught by Sharibat. And again, Saeed Akbar Alakazai, he gets caught by Sharibat. That in the same place pretty much, just going for that straight shot. So many runs scored straight down the pitch here. If I've tried to look up, I'll tell you what I'll do, chat. I said this to you yesterday. I'll try and find out how many runs were hit straight. Between long on and long off, I still think it's probably around about 40-45%. It's a lot of runs in this tournament. Popular spot on the ground. We've only had three balls that have come to the commentary position. One smashed into a chair, another one went past me to my right by about a metre, but all the way along the ground. And, oh no, I'm counting the one that hit the roof. We had one hit right on top of the roof of the tent. Well, that one's going to go. It's a deep mid-wicket. A bit of a race on here. Good work, though. It's that man again. And he gets a generous round of applause from his skipper and the rest of the fielders. And this game is petering out to its inevitable conclusion. Zaki Shah's got 2 for 7. He's got 2 balls to come in this over. Jabat Jabakil, who bowled a wicket maiden with his first over in the previous innings. That seems like a long time ago. Well, he's launched that one into outer space. That is, that's a great shot. And there's, there's one of our volunteer ball catchers out there. It's almost hit straight to him. Almost as a bit of a generosity, saying, look, why don't you have that? I'm not going to make you run for it. Hit it straight down your throat. If he'd had his mouth open, he probably would have swallowed it. It was that close to him. This has been hit really hard through the covers. That is a nice shot all the way along the ground, 4 runs. So a little bit of momentum here towards the end of the innings. That is 8 overs gone, 89 on the board for a loss of 6 wickets. Beverin still playing it out, and Hasselt looking very happy, very comfortable. Brussels Warriors, how are you feeling? If there's any Brussels Warriors you can get in the chat, let me know how you're feeling after watching this. Have a look at the run rate situation there. Hasselt going at 19.2 after their 10 overs. Beverin at 11.13 right now. And those loss of wickets along the way has been damaging. They just have looked completely out of sorts here. And the bowling got tired. There was a lot of slot deliveries that were getting crashed around the ground. Ahmed Rahimi and Abdul Muhammad putting together that 150-run partnership in 40 deliveries only. That's incredible striking. Absolutely incredible. And if you've got 2 people who are out there for that long, striking at 350, oh boy. It's going to go straight down the ground, and the race is on. The footwork, has he kept it in play? It has been kept in play. Wakas Raja keeps it in play. Almost a chance for a run out, almost affects a run out opportunity. That's how hot the guys are in the field. That was some really good work just in front of me here. Nicely done indeed. Saved a certain boundary as well. And this run out, oh, I'll tell you what, if it hadn't taken that bounce, that was really quite close. Just mishit square. And pretty easy pick up there. That's Staniksai Aurangzeb who's out there. Wasn't asked to do anything with the bat earlier. It was all Rahimi and Abdul Muhammad. Wakas Raja and Harman Gaman. They couldn't put a score on the board, unfortunately. But the other 2 did, and that's what counts. So Zaman here just coughing up a few runs. Desperate dive, tries for the flick back. Mahathir Mohammed goes to ground. Unfortunately, can't stop the boundary, but it's not going to damage anybody because it's all about the win. It's not about the run rate. It's not about the bonus points. It's not even about points. It's about simply getting the win and booking your spot in the final. And Hasselt have done that, and they've done it in a massive, massive way. They've dealt a huge blow here to Beverin. 96 for 6. Picked up nicely, hit down the ground. Jabba Jabarkel is putting a good innings together here. 29 from 10, enjoying his innings. So a couple little fits and starts for Beveren, but unfortunately the fluidity and the consistency not there. They lost early wickets, they lost big wickets. Hits down the ground, didn't make it to the boundary, they got caught. Good ball there from Zaman. Pushes that one through a bit quicker. Good dot. Have a look at this. You see the batter just a little bit of nervous sort of footwork there and then doesn't get into position. So after facing Beveren twice in the group stages, Hasselt have come out here with a big win in the game that mattered the most. In the group stages, they lost twice to Beveren, but here in the qualifier, they are going to storm home and storm into the final. How good is that? Thomas Martinez in the chat saying Hasselt versus Brussels Warriors in the final. In the context of an event in the from the first week, deserve the final. Yeah, I think that's a fair call. Smacked out of the ground. Absolutely smoked. Not a lot of animation in the dugout there as they just watch that bounce past them, albeit cautiously. It is interesting to note, isn't it, that Monday, day 1, the 28th of April, so this is last month, that was the first 2 matches. That was Hasselt versus Brussels Warriors, and the points were split on that very first night. And it is fitting, as Thomas Martinez in the chat has just said, it is fitting that those 2 teams are going to go head-to-head in the final. Let's see who can blink first. Yeah, just a reminder, in match number 1, Hasselt came and put 137 for 6 on the board. That was chased down by Brussels Warriors for the loss of only 2 wickets, and they had 8 balls to spare. In the second match, Hasselt put on a massive 182 for 5. Sherry Butt making a 73 there. And Ahmed Rahimi a 59. And the Brussels Warriors could only manage 132 for 6 in their 10. Zaki Shah with 2 for 17, damaging then. That was almost 2 weeks ago. So we're going to start the ECS Belgium. Well, we're going to finish the ECSN Belgium the way we started it with Hasselt versus Brussels Warriors. It is fitting. Thomas, I like the way you said that in the chat. It is going to be a deserved final. So a couple more to come, 4 more balls to come in the match. 90 runs required. Clearly that's not going to happen. The run rate required is not worth mentioning because it's off the charts. Well, Jabba Jabakel, he's belting it really nicely. That's 29 from 12. So he's kicking on here. Good for him. Proved himself to be a very quality all-rounder. He's a devastating fast bowler. And as I said earlier, he started the match with a wicket maiden, and everybody at the ground thought, oh, here we go. Beveren start with a wicket maiden against Hasselt. This could be trouble. And then the trouble just completely stopped, and everything just got flipped on its head. Wakas Raja looking to finish off the game here. 3 more balls. Up in the air, catching opportunity. Keeper wants it with the gloves and takes it. Nicely judged catch. It was in the air for quite a long time. Hands the ball back to the umpire, who then throws it to, I think he's going to throw it back to the next umpire. Now look at this coming down from the beautiful blue sky here. A couple of clouds way off in the distance, but it's a gorgeous afternoon here. Blue sky, about 22, 23 degrees. Probably warmer in the centre. But under the tent here with a nice little breeze coming across the ground. It's very nice indeed. Ahmed Rahimi very nicely gives a very tender little pat on the backside, says well batted, enjoyed that. 109 for 7, 2 balls to come in this match. Splices around the corner, that's going to bounce away for 4 runs. There you go. Last ball of the innings coming up. Here we go. Final delivery. Played down the ground. Going to be 1 here. I think just the 1. Hasselt marched their way into the final with an emphatic victory over Beveren here in this qualifier. It is going to be a massive 78-run win to Hasselt. Pats on the back, smiles all round. and shaking hands with the opposition batters as well in a good show of sportsmanship. But Hasselt, make no mistake, they have batted extremely well. These players know each other rather well, and it's a good exchange of pleasantries between the batters and the fielders and the bowlers. And any minute now, the Beveren team are going to come off the bench and also go out to congratulate the bowling team on a big win. And Beveren are knocked out here in this qualifier. Hasselt have marched their way into the final. Brussels Warriors, you now know who your opponent is. You can now start, well, you probably restarted your planning process. There it is, Brussels Warriors take on Hasselt. It's now confirmed. That game starting at 20:30, so it's 8:30 local time. That is still an hour and 50 minutes away as the players are shaking each other's hands as they're walking off. Led off by, well, the Hasselt team are led off by Ahmed Rahimi and Abdul Mohammed, and quite rightly so, because they pretty much dragged Hasselt kicking and screaming out of oblivion after that wicket maiden that started things off, and the Beveren team are coming out for hugs and handshakes. It's a very slow procession. That's good to see. We have a look at the highlights here. You can see that first wicket. Hadis Tadakel went for a second ball duck, and that man there, Zakel, is the one they had to thank. Getting him nice and early, Sharibat taking a good catch. Took 3 catches in that position. This, I think, may be the second of those catches. There it is. The very dangerous Sabir Zakel. He goes, and it was trouble aplenty. Wickets falling in those first few overs. There you go. There's the chop on. Mahathir Mohammed gets into the wickets as well. And it was a real procession. It was good camaraderie. I mean, you see there, the batter walking off, the Beveren batter walking off, probably feeling a little bit dejected and a bit upset with himself, underdone, and he's escorted off by one of the Hasselt team. That was a terrific catch. Wakas Raja pulls in an absolute gem of a catch. That's the one that I called, and I said that shows the Hasselt resolve here against Beveren today, and it really was a great catch. That's Sherry Butt taking his 3rd catch of the afternoon. Looking in good form there. He patrols that boundary like a wounded animal, like a wounded tiger he is, just looking for the next one to come along. He wasn't asked to do the work there. That was great work from Wakas Raja to stop the boundary. Desperate stuff in the field. Every run counted, despite the fact that they had so many runs on the board and they were so far ahead. A little bit of oomph towards the end there. That was Jabba Jabakel with a really good innings. Good cameo from him, but unfortunately it was all too little too late. And the game was already pretty much done by this point. And you see the handshakes all around as the teams march off. Big cheer from Hasselt. I can actually hear them over the music. Believe it or not, I can actually hear them cheering over to my right above the sound of the music. They're actually ecstatic. They're so happy over in the dugout area. And that batting card is not a pleasant sight if you're a fan of Beveren to see the skipper going for a second ball duck. Zakiel, who also opened, going for 7, and nobody really firing up until pretty much like overs 7 and 8, and it was Ahmad Amanzai 23 from 6, and Jabakil, he also put together a very good innings as well, and that was pretty good stuff from them. So it was great from these guys. Hasselt, have a look at those bowling figures there. Zaki Shah 2 for 17, replicates what he did against Brussels Warriors, get 2 for 17 from then as well, from when he came and played that game. So there it is, the qualifier in the books. Hasselt beat Beveren from 78 runs. Massive win, that one, emphatic. And you got to think, Brussels Warriors, what are you thinking now? What's going through your minds? How does your battle plan take shape? Having seen what Hasselt did, what Abdul Mohammed did, and Ahmed Rahimi. 150 run partnership of 40 deliveries. That's striking at around about 350. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but oh my goodness, she's probably more than 350, isn't it? It's a massive effort from them. So it's time for us to take a break, and we're going to take a bit of a long break. It's an extended break now as well. So we'll be back with the resumption probably at around 20 past 8. That is an hour and 40 minutes away, so it is an extended break. We're going to give the Hasselt team a chance to rejuvenate themselves. I think there's going to be a little bit of a game out in the middle. I think it's the ECN crew. Invitational 11 are going to take on the 12 Stars. Invitational 11 as well. Just a bit of a hit and giggle. I'll probably pack all the monitors and the commentary stuff away just in case it starts to get serious, because you never know. I think there's also going to be a couple of girls playing as well, so it's going to be a mixed team. Just for a bit of fun, bit of a hit and giggle. So, Phil G here for the European Cricket Network. That's the qualifier done. I'm going to go off and probably put myself in the clubhouse, and I'm not going to enjoy any beverage. I'm just going to be the good boy and get ready for the final. Final coming your way in about an hour and 40 minutes time. I'll see you back here then. Don't go too far. Enjoy what's happening from the rest of Europe in terms of the cricket, if it's still going on. I just saw someone saying it's raining in Jersey. Oh my goodness. Never mind. We'll be back very shortly. Well, no, we won't. We'll be back in an hour and a half. I'll see you then. Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying thanks for joining us for the qualifier. See you in the final. and it's a big welcome here for a massive match coming up. That's right, it is the final. It is the massive final here. It's the Belgian European Cricket Series tonight. I'm Phil G. You're watching the European Cricket Network. It's finals, it's on, and it's happening right now.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
So here we are for the last time at the Stars Arena here. A big thanks to our hosts for putting on a fantastic venue here for us for this lovely night series. I hope you had a wonderful time out there in YouTube land, watching around the world, wherever you're watching from. Thank you so much for joining us. One more game to come. It is the final. It is Hasselt taking on the Brussels Warriors. Massive game. It all comes down to this 7,500 runs, almost 350 wickets, 31 games, and yours truly had 52 cups of coffee, and it's time to get into it. I can't wait for this. Hasselt have come off a massive win from the qualifier, knocking Beveren on their backsides, and they've booked themselves into the final. Brussels Warriors, they booked themselves into the final a couple of days ago, and they are chafing at the bit, just so hungry to get into it and start this matchup. So why don't we get into it? It's now time to go to Shub Anand. Shub, the tournament referee's done a great job. So for the final time, Shub, take it away with the coin toss.
Your call. Head is the call. And tails is it.
We're gonna bat first.
Brussels Warriors won the toss and will have a bat first.
East and west, Hasselt is the best.
And thank you very much, Shub. I'm not sure who that was just chiming in there. Someone is very, very close to the microphone there. Oh, I see. I think there's a couple of youngsters playing with the camera at the far end of the ground. Might have to get onto that. Hey, it's Phil G here for the final time in this European Cricket Series at night. It is the final, and it's a big final coming up. Brussels Warriors going against Hasselt. Hasselt fresh off a wonderful win against Beveren. Pretty much a one-sided affair that Beveren just, you could tell that they were tiring. They've been playing a lot of cricket and they didn't have the power to overhaul Hasselt. Have a look here at the teams. Brussels Warriors, a couple of changes there. Shabi Murad comes into the side, as does Shazai Haran come back into the team. Unchanged for Hasselt. Completely unchanged team there. So skippers Murad Ekrami, and the skipper for Hasselt is Zaki Shah, who is going to lift the trophy in approximately an hour and 45 minutes time. Well, you'll have to stay tuned to find out and see what's going to happen. Have a look at that. The supercomputer at the ECSN headquarters has woken up from its slumber for the last couple of hours and said, oh, we've got one more game to go. Well, he's going to tip the scales to Hasselt only by a couple of points. It's pretty even for me, I reckon. I think that's call it 50-50 at this point in time. There's the ground, looking resplendent. The lights will be switched on soon. I'm making up words as I go. The lights will come on soon, I'm sure of it, as the fading light is starting to disappear in the background. So if you can hear me in the clubhouse, how about we get the lights on? We've got a final happening. Let's get this thing going. It is going to be excitement. We just had the qualifier, as I mentioned before. Hasselt dealt a massive blow to Beveren there to get into the qualifier, scoring 192 runs for 2 wickets lost in their 10 overs, a sensational effort. And unfortunately for Beveren, they can only manage 114 for 7 in response. A big win there for Hasselt. So they book themselves into the final to take on the Brussels Warriors. Massive, massive game this. Been looking forward to this one, and it's fitting that the two teams who started this competition way back on the 28th, I think it was the 28th of April, on that Monday night, 13 nights ago, they faced off in game 1 and 2, and now they're going to face off in game 32 here at the final under lights. Hello to everyone in the chat is joining us. Ian Smullen is in there. Rob Thompson, hello to you, Rob. Glad you joined us. Thomas Martinez, also Dave B's in there. Paul Kempen, I know you've been patient. We had to wait a couple of minutes. Just had to correct a few things. Ian Smullen has something to do with my second helping of the waffles. No, it wasn't. I can guarantee you that. Kev's joined us as well. Good to see you, Kev. And everyone else in the chat, whether you've got a blue spanner or not, it doesn't matter. It's wonderful to have your company. Thank you for joining us here. And we're almost almost set to go. I think just a few things getting ready. We were looking for 8:40 kickoff. I think we're just looking. I'm just going to look around the side of the tent to see what's going on. Looks like we're just getting all our ducks in a row. The umpires are about to step onto the field. I can see them there. They're keen. They're ready, willing and able. I think there's just a few. There's a few youngsters still on the field over on the deep backward point area near the football goals. They probably need to be removed. So once again in the clubhouse, a bit of crowd control please, that would be helpful. Let's get this organised and let's maybe have the lights on as we're ready to go here in this final. Hasselt taking on the Brussels Warriors. Brussels Warriors finishing top of the table, did a very good job indeed they did, and they booked themselves a final. A couple of days ago it was secured. Had to wait though for results from last night's game just to make sure that Hasselt didn't get a little extra point, a little bonus point. And as it turned out, they missed out on getting the top spot. Did Hasselt by only 2 deliveries. It was very, very close, but they didn't get it nonetheless. So I think that's all we just went for. Just waiting for the just the crowd control to be sorted out. Looking for our host 12 Stars here. They've done a terrific job. And just needed to do a couple more things before we're set to go. Just a couple more minutes delay. I can see our volunteers just asking those players who are just practicing on the side to maybe clean up their gear and move off. They're in absolute danger there. So thank you very much to the volunteers. I'm going to give them a proper shout out during the trophy ceremony as well. They've done a fantastic job. And it's good to see someone doing some crowd control at the ground because there's been a few almost moments of balls hitting some of the youngsters who have been very keen, trying to get close to the action. But it's not a place to be when you've got a grizzly coming at you at over 100 miles an hour. So thank you to the volunteers around the ground. No matter how big or small your job is, we thank the volunteers here at the Stars Arena for looking after everything, keeping the ECN crew nice and watered, keeping us fed, keeping us happy. No request has been denied, so we thank them very much for their effort here. Players are out in the centre now. Hasselt have the ball. Remember, the toss news is that the Brussels Warriors won the toss. Keen to put a score on the board. Looks like we still haven't had the lights switched on yet. I think we need to get them switched on pretty soon though. I'm hoping someone over there can hear me about the lights. I think my voice is being beamed out around the gallery over there who are here for the final. There's a good crowd over there too, building up. Looks like there's about 50 people over there right now getting ready for this final. And it looks like we are almost set to go. And Nudin Zarkel's got the ball. He's waiting for his permission to charge in. Almost set to go. Sorry, just stopping one of the volunteers with a high-vis jacket, just walking right behind the bowler's arm. Can't have that. Here we go. First ball of the final coming up. And there we go. Starts with a good delivery. A little bit wider that one. And push through. And the lights are switched on. Thank you very much. Big shout out to the staff here in the 12 Stars Cricket Club. Doing a wonderful job here hosting. Make sure they get plenty of mentions later on. Abdurrahman Zai goes for a quick single shy at the wicketkeeper's end. Looking to run out Ahmed Kel. Imagine Hasselt if they can get Ahmed Kel out early. Oh boy. But that man, Ralph Ahmadzai, he's off the mark with a quick single. And so the scoreboard starts ticking over. Ahmed Kel, one of the leading run scorer, one of the leading run scorers. He's got 372 runs in this tournament, level with Hadis Tadakal, who's also got 372 runs. So he's got a chance here to maybe nudge it for a single, and he will be the leading run scorer in the competition. And that's a nice title to have. Definitely one to watch for in this innings. Him and his opening partner. And that's hit nicely. And with that shot for 4 the way along the ground, he goes straight to the top of the run table with that lovely shot. Have a look at this. Just guides it perfect through the gap. It was wide. Hit it uppishly, but picks the gap perfectly. 4 runs. And that gets Brussels Warriors off and running. Looking to post a big score here. Paul Kemp in the chat giving a shout out to the ground staff and all the chatters and the mods. And of course to myself. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Hasselt staying very positive here. Very chatty around the ground. Good to see. And, oh boy. Wow, Wakas Raja hangs on to a screamer. And this is big news coming from the final. The fourth delivery, Ahmed Kel is gone for 4. So he gets his nose in front in terms of the run scored, but he's hit it straight down the throat of mid-off. Wakas Raja looks around, has to pinch himself, cannot believe that's been hit down his throat. Massive body blow that for Brussels Warriors. Oh boy. Cat amongst the pigeons time. It's the monkey in the wrench, the fly in the ointment. And that's a wicket in the first over. Wow. Have a look at this one again. Just doesn't get all of it. It was, you know what, one more, maybe a foot higher. And Raja may have had a problem trying to catch that. As it is, he holds the catch. He's taken a few catches in that position too. Ahmed Kel, he goes early. I have to turn to the other players now. So Abdul Ramazai still there. Pashai comes out. He's going to face the first ball. Oh, just doubles him up. Hasselt hot in the field. Martir goes for a slide. Oh, desperate times. I'll tell you, look at that. He runs in, gives the appeal, then runs in. You can see why he was charging in. Thought he was in a red hot chance, and he's down. Hasselt, they look like sharks circling in the water, and when they see a sniff a drop of blood. Christopher Ward telling me, capital G-O-R-N-E gone. He sure was. How about that? Thomas Martinez, that's a lovely comment. Thank you for saying that. Give you a proper shout out as well, my friend. Swing and a miss. Oh, hands on the head time. Everybody around the field, either hands on the head or they're clapping that ball. What a cracking over that is. What a start to a final this is. Straightens. It swings in and straightens, and it's not far from an edge or the stumps. Hasselt starting, they're red hot. Have a look at that. They took care of Beverin a couple of hours ago in that qualifying match, and now they're riding that wave. And they've ridden it all the way into the final, and they've started red hot here today. Under lights. This is what a night series is all about. It comes down to this. After all those runs, 7,700 or almost 7,800 runs. And here we are. This is what it comes down to. Shouts a catch. Well, that has gone so fast. I don't think it's gone that far from the fielder. It really hasn't. And that's been punched through the gap. Absolutely slaughtered that grizzly. And it goes into the youngsters there. They're loving it. Bit of a wave to the camera as well. Thanks, guys, down there. Pashai, it's a good move putting him in because he can accelerate immediately. Saw him a couple of days ago. He came in and just started belting the ball right from the get-go. Made a good cameo early on and pushed up a power play score well into the 50s for Brussels Warriors. So he knows what his job is here. Abdul Rahmanzai, he's at non-striker's end. Swings hard through the gap, 4 runs. Crashed. Absolutely crashed through the covers, that one. What a start. First over, pretty much owned, completely owned by the Hasselt team. And this second over, starting to go the other way now. We had 6 runs and a wicket in the first over. And so far, we've had a couple of boundaries. Matir Mohammed feeling a little bit of pressure here after that fantastic start the first over. Goes straight, it's been mishit. Just hits the edge of the pitch and rolls down to the very safe hands of Sherry Butt, who's looking after proceeding straight and slightly towards long on, where he's been patrolling that boundary. like one of those big cats you see at the zoo, who just pace back and forth in front of the glass, keeping them away from the I was going to say the customers, keeping away from the public. Oh, that's a Gundy ball. He's going to get away with it. It is given a no ball though. But that is a really loose delivery. Square leg very quickly to call no ball. Watch this one again. Yep, that is potentially dangerous ball and called no ball. So we're going to see the free hit shown there by the standing umpire. Let's see what can happen here. Pasha with a free hit. Oh, gets into position beautifully and early and whips that away off the legs. That's gone for 4. Nice shot. Really good shot, that one. I think it is a good time to do a call out to the chat. Any lurkers, put your hand up and let me know you're watching. Drop us where you're watching from and tell us who you're supporting. Supercomputer couldn't split these two. Well, did, but did do it very convincingly. Only 52% over for Hasselt to win over the Brussels Warriors. Now changed to 60-40. Slams that. Look out in the gallery if you're watching. Oh, what a great shot. Massive cheer from the gallery and the dugout as well. Pasha is absolutely going for everything here. If it's in his hitting arc, that's what he's going to do. He's going to absolutely cane it. The young lady in the background there in the grey cardigan just getting a little bit apprehensive. Don't worry. Make sure that gentleman next to you jumps in front if the ball comes at you again. Oh, swings really wildly at that one. Looks to the night sky and says, why couldn't I connect with that one? 27 for 1 after 2 overs. That's a really good comeback from the Brussels Warriors after being 1 down for 6 runs in that first over. That's a good over. It goes magical. It's worth 21 runs, and thanks mainly to that man right there. Pasha goes up to 19 from 7. Abdul Ramazai gets to face the start of the third over. He's only been there for 4. Well, he's been there for the whole time, but he's only faced 4 deliveries, got 2 runs. Now he's got to face the second over from Anudin Zarkel. And this is a dangerous time. He's getting his in swing to the right-hander working here. Let's see how he goes. Watch for the swing. Oh, he plays that one short, and that is not a good ball. That's connected, and that is a goal. It goes through the goals at the far end. You don't get a bonus for that, but you get a shout out. Tim Harmer in the chat. Note that down. That was a goal. Hello to Lance. Puts his hand up and says lurking. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo in the chat. He's also lurking. Who else is lurking? This is the time. This is the final. This is your last chance in this wonderful European Cricket Series of night here in Belgium, in Hofstadter at the Stars Arena. Put your hand up and tell us you're watching. Zarkel in again. Well, it was straighter, but it was like the batsman was prepared for that one. Abdul Rahmanzai gets that one out of the block hole and goes crush. Look at that, bang, goes very square, but goes behind square in fact. Looked like it was in front of square from where I'm standing, but no, side on tells me a different story. Lovely shot though. Oh, a bit of noise coming from the Brussels Warriors supporters and the dugout. They love that one. Hasselt, the senior players, I can see him geeing up the boys, saying, come on boys, don't drop your heads. Swings at this one, and there's a grizzly flying towards the dugout. There he is. Skipper Ekrami takes a great catch. He's getting into practice when it's his turn to be out on the field in about an hour's time. Look at that, clean hit, nice catch, well taken. There's a very happy man there after early wicket fell. 43 for the loss of 1, halfway through the third. Oh, short ball down leg side, not a good delivery. Zarkel just losing his way there. Interesting to note that these two teams, when they met each other in the group stages, they met each other in game number 1 and number 2. Points were shared. That's probably another reason why the supercomputer started this game with almost a 50-50 prediction for this game. But right now, things are swinging the way of the Brussels Warriors. Look at the smiles on the faces there, very happy people. Abdul Rahmanzai, he is absolutely loving this. Look at that, puff of dust right in front of the dugout. That's a happy spectator bench over there. 50 up with that strike as well, 50 for one. Still 2 deliveries to come in the power play. Swings again, this is going to go square, and it's 4, it beats the fielders. Oh, Hassalt with a little bit of thinking music now. Got to consider the next move. There you go, it is still 1 ball to come. That's 23 off the over. It goes around the corner, it's going to beat the fielder, and that heads down towards the goals as well. What an over that is. Brussels Warriors now, after that early wicket in the first over, have gone after Zakel, and they have succeeded. Abdul Rahmanzai has got stuck into this bowling here, and he's gone crazy. Look at this, 4, 6, 6 wide, 6, 4, and then he finishes in style. That is such a good over. Now, power play finishes. Bit of thinking music needed for Hassalt right now. Skipper's going to bring himself on. That's a good move. That's a really good move. The last over went supersonic, 31 from it. Big over that one. Massive. See if the skipper can bring things back into order for Hassalt. Gets a dot ball through there, nicely bowled there. The partnership, by the way, is up to 53 from only 15 deliveries bowled. How about that for striking? That's punching around the ground at around about 350, and that is a great strike rate any way you cut it. Pashai responsible for 19 of those. Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai responsible for 31 of those 53 scored. Crash. Oh boy, that's out of here. That is into the deep dark forest. Well, Brussels Warriors, they know exactly what they've got to do, and that is to just keep doing this. That is a lovely, lovely shot, that. I'm also noting in the chat the Thomas Martinez, your comment about that man being timed out. That's quite hilarious, by the way. Just on the side. Obviously, people at ground here won't know what I'm talking about, but that's okay. People in the chat getting a little carried away. 64 for one. Tell you what's really funny though, to everyone in the chat, the moderators, whoever posted that score didn't even get it right. How about that? Another crash. That may be caught. That's up in the air, and it is over. Just the silence confused me. I thought, oh, hang on a minute. If the bench isn't chanting and screaming, that's maybe going to fall into hands. It doesn't. These two are striking around about 300 at the moment, and this is getting scary now. Zaki in again. Lifts and goes towards the, well, through the covers, gets past one fielder, coming off the boundary, quick throw in. And that will be just the one. So what carnage we've had. The last 2 overs gone for 21 and 31. This over so far, I think it's worth 13. Is indeed. Last ball of the 4th coming up. Edge just over the top of the keeper. Nothing going Hassalt's way. Unfortunately, that was not far over the glove. Watch this again. From down on the ground level, this is actually a lot closer than it may look there. There wasn't a lot in it. Keeper just indicates, I tried, and yes, we acknowledge you definitely did leap for that one. Wow. Seriously, stop me for a moment. Let me get just have a sip of water and get back into this. This has been a brutal start here. Brussels Warriors losing a wicket in the first over, only 6 runs scored, but since then it's been 21, 31 and then 17 off that over. If anything, that over was a bit of respite from the assault that the Warriors have been forcing upon the Hassalt bowlers. An expected score up to the 170s. Not even halfway through, got 75 on the board, 1 more over to come before we're halfway there. And tell you what, speaking of halfway there, you think Hassalt are living on a prayer? They need to find something here. Let's find a good tight over. They're turning to Abdul Mohammed here. Made an 89 not out in the previous game. batted his heart out for his team. Let's see what he can do here with the ball. Looking for a breakthrough. These two batters already into the 30s. So slowing it down a bit here, not a bad idea. Just the single. It's going to get Abdul Rahmanzai onto strike. 36 from 11 he's got. Pashai at the non-strikers in 33 from 13. These two seem to be in complete control. Swings hard. It's going to beat mid-wicket. Doesn't beat deep mid-wicket though. And Stanikzai Aurangzeb picks it up and gives it back. So a couple of singles to start things off. So it's a good over this so far for Hasselt. Again, draws the miss hit along the ground, gets through mid-wicket, doesn't get through deep mid-wicket. I'm suffering deja vu, I don't know about you, but I feel like I've been here before. This is a much better over this. Really good over so far for Hasselt. Only 3 from it so far. Oh, it just pushes that a bit too wide there. Looks like I might have got caught in the hand. See Hamid Safi just saying, hopes to see ECN in Austria. Well, we hope that too. Of course we do. Well, he's got hold of that one. And just over the outstretched hand of deep mid-wicket. That is a Maximo. Hands on the head time for Abdul Muhammad. He knows that one's gotten away from him. Just a little bit too short. Yeah, just set up for a bit too long, unfortunately. Tries again now. Well, that's even better than the previous one. That is going to go a long way back. That has gone. That is capital G-O-R-N-E, gone. I've never taught English in schools and I don't expect to because that's not how you spell it, but that is out of here. It's going to come back with passport stamps, maybe even bite marks. What a great shot that was. This partnership with 86. Nope, this partnership is now worth 92. It's all going pear-shaped now. Abdul Rahmanzai is going to help himself to a half century here as well. Just waiting for the confirmation to come through. I believe he has scored his half century. Gets a pat on the head and a bit of a hug from his teammate there. 55 off 15. Extraordinary hitting from these two at the very top. That is a well-deserved half century from Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai. Just a reminder of, on the European Cricket Network, upcoming events. Well, we've just finished the Jersey ECSW. We've just finished the Greece T20I for women as well. And Belgium, well, we're not quite halfway through our final, but almost. Starting tomorrow in Sweden, Landskrona, ECS. And then on the next weekend, it'll be the ECSW is going to kick off there in Sweden. So make sure you tune into that. Rakas Raja trying to reassess things here. Miss hit down the ground, desperate. Cherry Butt desperate to save that one. Gets a hand and can't stop it going off the line though. There we go. I hope he's all right. Hasselt with a bit of work to do here. Need to pull this back. We're just over halfway through the innings. And that's taken. That's taken straight down the throat of Sherry Butt. He doesn't drop these. He took 3 catches in that position in the previous match. He's got one of the safest pairs of hands in Belgium. No doubt about that. He's an excellent catch. And he was never going to allow that one to get away from him. Nicely taken indeed. Yeah. Sorry, it's the return of that little green spider that I had earlier in the week. And he just won't leave me alone. He's so friendly. He's just crawling across the desk here. I'm just encouraging him off the desk. There we go. He's gone. And so is, unfortunately, so is Pashai. He's also gone. Hit it straight in the throat. Look at that. The body language says a big story there. He was hoping to eye for half century, I reckon. Well, now normal service has resumed. Or has it? It is out of here. It crashed in the fence. I just held my breath for a second, just in case it was going down to that territory where Sherry Butt owns part of the ground. Over his head, Maximo. Esmatullah Nasiri has probably been my pick of the all-rounders. He's been absolutely fantastic, getting wickets, getting runs. So Wakas Raja, he gets the breakthrough. He's also been taken downtown. This goes over the covers. Oh, that's a terrific catch. Holds it up high. Oh, yes. We'll have another look at that one, but I reckon that is a great catch. I think he's held that one perfect. Watch this. It's fingers under. Ooh, was there a little bubble there? I bet the tournament ref will have a close look at that one. Just a little bubble there, just there. What do you say? What do you say? Hang on a second. Now they're just reviewing this one up close. Good work here from Two Circles to get in nice and tight on that one. Thank you, guys. Just waiting for our tournament ref just to make sure he's happy with the catch that was completed. It looked like it almost bubbled out. Oh, what's your thought? What's your call in the chat? Tell me what you think of that, because you're seeing the same vision. Let's see. Nasiri's waiting for the confirmation there. I'm glad I don't have to make the call on that. Just hold your breath. And I believe the call is not out. I think that has just bobbled in front, out of the hands. That has actually hit the ground. Look at that, just there. That's where it is. That's where the control isn't continued. Unfortunately, that has touched the ground. Oh, so close. Such a sharp chance too. Would have been an absolute stunner of a catch. So, how about that? Nasiri gets a life, only just. Wow, that was really close. But for me, I think that replay showed the ball had just bobbled out of the hand at that moment he came forward. Wakas Raja. And this one goes over the boundary. That insult to injury goes across the boundary line. And that's a shot for four. Nasiri here, living his second life. The chat thought it was clean. Interesting. Watching you guys comment there in the chat about that. Mahathir Mohammed coming forward for that catch. Interesting. So Wakas Raja continues. Gets the dot ball past the swinging blade of the series. Finishes the sixth over. 111 for 2 after 6. Wakas Raja goes for 14 and gets a wicket in his over as well. So I can see the chat still talking about the attempted catch there. It was a very good attempt at the catch there. And the call, you can tell by that replay, the call was that it bobbed out of the fingertips just after it went in, and it came straight back out onto the ground, and then he scooped it up. I think that's the call from the tournament referee. So we move on. It's over number 7. Zaman is going to start now to Ralph Abdul Rahman Zion. 55. Pitches that one up in the air. This may be a straightforward catch. It's not. It's been grasped. There's no doubt about that. It got put down. It was in the air for a while, and he's filthy with himself. Oh, living dangerously. Look at this. It comes down. It's in. And unfortunately, he had support there from his skipper, and he couldn't bob it up in the air close enough for his skipper to clean up. So Zaman continues. And that is going to clear the boundary from Maximo. That's good, it's straight, and it really goes very fast as well. And that is into the undergrowth. I don't have any ball chasers anywhere near me here. No one to retrieve the Grizzlies. I'm not sure where our volunteers have disappeared to. I think maybe they're sort of enjoying the view from the... Oh no, here's one. Sharif comes over to save the day, thank you. And a new Grizzly has just come into the arena. As a jet goes screaming overhead. That's the 9:10 British Airways flight to London, no doubt. 118 for 2. All the way along the ground. Bit of work here for the fielder. He's not going to get to it. Just well placed. That's all, just well placed. Through the infield, cover fielder couldn't get to it, and the deep long off fielder couldn't get to it either. So beautifully placed that one. Sort of leaning on the back foot a little bit there and punched that through to the boundary. Nice shot. That run rate is 18.8. They're powering to a massive score here, the Warriors. It's the slower ball. And he's picked it up and one bounce. And Aurangzeb fields it successfully. The slower ball just drew the miss hit there. Unfortunately, it couldn't belt that one out of the park. So, Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai, he's on 56 from... Well, not for the first time or second time in this competition have the stumps been smashed with a return shot. But bowler got nothing on that one. So the batter at non-strikers end was in no danger. The only person in danger was the umpire. Might catch an errant bail in a soft spot, but no, he got away okay. So last ball of the 7th coming up, 124 for 2 after 7. Zaman has bowled a pretty good over, going for 13. Needs to finish nice and tight though for Hasselt. Let's see how he goes. He's been a good competitor, has Fakhar Zaman. Let's see how he finishes this over. Run rate 18 and a bit. Expected score definitely pushing to the 180s. High 170s possibly. Only lost 2 wickets. They've got plenty more talent in the shed if they need it. After losing Ahmed Kell really early as well. Bowls a slow delivery. It's wide outside the off stump and missed. Nasiri looks down at the ground and says, "What was that?" It's a fair delivery. And a good delivery as well. So a good finish there to the over. Only 13 runs from it. Have a look at what's happening coming up tomorrow. Sweden, the Landskrona European Cricket Series for men starts tomorrow. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, already there in Malmo to take you through that action. Ariana Kif take on Malmo in the first game. Then Seaside versus Malmo. Ariana Kif versus Ariana CC. We're all waiting for that one. And Seaside versus Ariana CC. And we finish with Ariana Kif versus Malmo, the last game there tomorrow night. Join Mr. Maximo there live on the European Cricket Network. Straight up in the air. Who wants it? Someone's got to want this one. Oh, now there was a heart in the throat moment there where I was trying to see who's calling for it. And I think originally it was Abdul Muhammad who was calling for it. And then I think the keeper just turned up. It's like someone turning up at the party and then you say, "Oh, I'm glad you turned up because you got the gloves." And it's a good catch. So Paramjit Singh, he gets the catch. Zaki Shah gets the breakthrough. And Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai goes off with a really good score to his name. That's 57 from 18 deliveries, 4 fours and 6 maximos, striking at around 316. How about that? What a cracking start he's given the Brussels Warriors here in this game. Murad comes in, straight up in the air. That's going to be a Baximo. That's going to go all the way to the back. We call those a Baximo. It was short. Went to go over deep mid-wicket, just got it on towards the toe end of the bat, and it's carried all the way over the head of the keeper and of the third man, and everybody behind the stumps couldn't believe it went that way. 130 up, 130 for 3 here in the 8th. Zaki Shah searching for another wicket, maybe 2. Need to put the brakes on here. It's full, he doesn't get all of that. It literally just rolls out to Aurangzeb, who comes off the the square leg boundary. Murad giving his hand a bit of a shake there as he really felt the vibrations through that delivery, as he did not middle that, not one bit. And for the last time, I take out my fly swatter and I get ready to defend myself from the mosquitoes and the bugs. Arnie, who's the one of our friends here at the Stars Cricket Club, he promised he'd get me an electric fly swatter. I haven't seen it yet, but he promised me he was going to get me a present for today. Never mind, I'll stick with the manual. Zaki Shah in again, halfway through the 8th right now. Pulls it around the corner, the race is on, and the ball will win that race. All the way along the ground, Nasiri moves now to 25. So with Ralph Abdurrahmanzai leaving the centre a few balls ago, this run rate's dropped a bit now. It's down to 17.6. Still expecting a massive score. And after these 2 balls, there's still 2 overs to go. So still 14 deliveries to make this score big. It's a slower one. Now this has been hit straight up in the air. Who wants this? It's almost tapped over for a Maximo. It goes for 4, but make no mistake, that went perilously close to being tapped over for a Maximo. There was 7 or 8 inches in that. Oh boy, unfortunately it has been tapped over into touch. Skipper Zaki Shah just doing his best to hold it in there. 1 more to come in the 8th. 139 for 3, last ball, the 8th coming up. Just a slight adjustment in the field, and bowler asking the umpire to have a look at the ball and get a second opinion on its shape. Let's have a look. Can we see something there up close? Oh, yep. Looks like some of the stitching is, yep. Well, definitely there's a problem with the stitching if the umpire's starting to pull a few bits out like that. So we don't like that one. We need to get another one. So just a quick shout out to everyone in the chat. Hello there, Thomas Martinez, Johnny He in the chat, Dave B, Ian Smullen. You guys have been there for quite a while now. Paul Kempin's in the chat as well. I saw Rob Thompson joining us earlier, so welcome to everybody. Make sure you put your hand up and let me know you're still there so I don't forget you. Now remember, after this, we've got 1 more innings to come. My last chance to give everyone a shout out during this night series, which you know I love to do. Can't do this night series without my fellow spanners giving me rev ups and supports and all sorts of wonderful information. Let's have a look at the run rate situation. It's going at 17.38. Slight little downturn. It touched on 20 in the 3rd over and it just started coming down slightly. A couple of wickets to help Hasselt there in the 6th over and the 8th over. But still so much work to do. They need 2 really tight overs to Hasselt. On the other hand, if you're Brussels Warriors fans, you want a couple of big magical overs here. Murad is facing into the side for this game. Hits this one up in the air. I think it's going to go over the head of me. And it does. It landed somewhere, but it's so far behind me, I didn't even hear it. I think I went over scaffolding and over commentary. Interesting stance, but that is very effective. Wow, that is a big strike. So Shabi Murad, he's raced up to 13 from 3. Nasiri, 29 from 11. He's living on a second life as well, having himself put down, to catch put down. It's gone leg side, already wide indicated, plus 1 more, just the 1. So it'll be a wide +1. These runs are really adding up now. Still, what's that, 11 deliveries left, 147 for 3 on the board. Brussels Warriors looking to pile on runs, getting to about 170 at this current rate, unless someone can pull something back here. Swings hard at this one. That's going to go over the cover boundary from Maximo. That's a big strike out of the park. Oh boy. And to think we saw this kind of hitting a couple of hours ago when it was Hasselt doing it. So they're a team who can do this as well. We could be looking at a very interesting run chase coming up when that happens. Zishan Malak with a good comment there, finding these players more relatable. Understand that, and that is a hat-trick. Almost a hat-trick. There was a wide and a couple of runs, so that is 3 sixes in this over. This over has already now gone magical. So Bakar Zaman, he hasn't found the trick here. He hasn't found the solution. He's still got a couple of balls left in this over. We've still got 3 balls left in this over, thanks to that wide that he bowled. So it's already gone magical, already 20 off the over. And that is a wide indicated. Oh, that's got to hurt. That's got to hurt, Hasselt. Yeah, I think that's a fair call looking at the replay there. How about height-wise? Yeah, height-wise, it was around chin height. Ooh. I might have another look at that one, though. That's also fair enough. Just in his follow-through, really just dragged that one. And that was wide by a good 3 or 4 inches. So fair enough, did not catch any of the line. 161 for 3. Oh boy. Brussels Warriors on for a big score, pushing into the 180s at this rate. What can you do here? Siri hits down towards the boundary at long off. Just the single. Doesn't get all of that. So it's a good ball, that one. .162 for 3 is the score. 2 balls to come in this over. That's a good delivery. That is a really good straight delivery. And finally, Zaman manages to pick up a wicket here. Leg before wicket. Watch this one more time. Standing right in front of the stumps. Hits on the back leg. And that was hitting nothing else apart from middle stump. And that's a good wicket. They do get, they get Sharby. Here goes leg before. And I was watching, had my eye on Nasiri at the non-striker's end, trying to run through for a leg by there. He's almost done the splits. So I hope he's all right. You wouldn't want to see him trying to do the splits, or anyone for that matter. And he gets a generous round of applause as he walks off. And that's fair enough too. How's he done here? Yep. Sharby Rad has had a cracking innings. And that's a good follow-up delivery. That's a good last ball of the over there. 162 for 4, a dot ball to finish with. Sharby Rad, well, it's a quick fire innings. It was 13 off just 4 balls with a couple of big maximos. He was looking threatening, looking dangerous. Faizal Mahmood comes out right at the death, right in the last over. Let's see what he can do here. He hasn't had a massive series. He had one big score in the 70s off 27 deliveries, 75 of 27 deliveries, but he hasn't really kicked on and had a second big score or really done a lot in terms of the batting. Doesn't have to do a lot here. The score's already on the board. 162 on the board. Nasiri on 42 from 14. He's facing, eyeing off a well-deserved half century if he can get bat on ball. Wakas Raja, the all-rounder, has got the duties. Starts us with a dot. Well bowled is the call from the fielders. Was inside the tram line. Umpire had a good look at that and said, no, you're right. Just remember that the Warriors, they won the toss and didn't hesitate to elect to bat first here, which is, I think, the right thing to do under lights. It's hit straight. Sherry Butt gets around and keeps it to just 1. Good over so far, only 1 from it. Turns over to Faizal Mahmood. Let's see what he can do here. He's got to negotiate 4 deliveries. Well, he's got 4 deliveries to try to get as many as he can. Plenty of wickets in the shed. 163 the score, so we probably won't get into the 180s. Although, he's hit that high. That's going to be catching opportunity. Who wants it? Oh, 2 players run into each other. I got to say, if Sherry Butt's running towards you to take that catch, you give way, you let him take the catch, because it's the safest pair of hands in Belgium. And instead, that has come down. Oh dear. That's disappointing. Disappointing for Hasselt, but there's no boundary. It only ends up being 1 run. So that's something to think about. Economy-wise, that's not the worst thing to happen. Nasiri has hit another one in the air. This time that's going to carry the boundary line though. So economy-wise, that's devastating. That's a big strike over the cover boundary for a big maximo. 170 for 4, 2 deliveries to come. 180 still on the cards. Still very much on the cards. Dave B answering, who is the favourite? Saying Phil G. Dave, Euro champion. Thank you for that. Ian Smallin talking about clotted cream. All I can say to that is nom nom. Here we go. Second last ball of the innings. It's hit straight. It's going to go fast. And that's going to go for 4. Underneath the scaffolding. And to a land far, far away. That's gone quite a fair way back into the undergrowth. Might have even gone all the way through to the bike path. There's a bike path probably about 10, 15 metres behind me. And that is a really well-deserved half-century to Esmatullah Nasiri. That's 53. 53 from 18 deliveries. 1 more ball to come. and he's hit 5 6s and 5 4s, striking around 295. How about that? A lot of support here as well for the Brussels Warriors. Last ball of the innings. Up in the air. Who wants this? It may come down into hands. It may come down to the ground. It's down on the ground. Now, watch the batters here. Someone's going to get overtaken in a minute. And finally, it gets... Oh, that was hilarious. Well, that was quite funny because Fazal Mahmood was in danger of overtaking Nasiri there. And at one point, the batters were almost running next to each other. And it could have got confusing. Right here. Look at this. Go, 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 go. And... well, Faisal wanted to turn around and go for another run, and Nasiri hadn't even gotten halfway home to the non-striker's end. So in the end, they end up getting a couple. And that is a dominant score from the Brussels Warriors. 177 for 4 after 10 overs. That is a huge score for Brussels Warriors. That is going to be something that the bowlers are going to be able to work with, something the fielders are going to be able to work with, and there's hugs all around in the dugout, as they have done so well. So that is a half century to Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai and a half century to Esmatullah Nasiri, anchoring this really mammoth score for this team. That is exceptional stuff. It started badly because Waqas Raja could not believe his luck. He took the catch, and Ahmed Kel, who has been in devastating form in this tournament, went out for, well, it was really early. Was it a 4 and out? He had a 4 and out. And at that point, things started looking a little bit shaky until, well, Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai, remember the name because he came in and he said, I don't care, watch this. And he powered his way up to a 50 in such quick time, striking around 317, 6 6s, 4 4s, faced 18 balls for that 57. And he gave the Hassel team a real hassle, really gave him a headache. That was a bit of luck running his way, but you know what? If luck runs your way, you take it and you run with it. You can see there just a good camaraderie around the ground. And batters saying to wicket keepers, look, you know what? If it's my lucky day, it's my lucky day. There's nothing we can do about that. And you're absolutely right to say that. Pashai came in and belted a quick fire 38 off 16 deliveries. Cannot forget his cameo. And of course, Nasiri there, that 56 off 19 with 5 4s and 5 6s at the end there. And Shabi Murad also quick time put on 13 runs. Just these little cameos here. That was Pashai being dismissed. He was eyeing off a half century for sure. And that was the moment that got turned around. And unfortunately, whilst Mahathir is holding the ball up high, it looked to us like it did hit the ground, so it was given not out. Never mind. Nasiri, with a new breath of life, and Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai, they both put on a massive partnership until that happened. And the keeper caught it. Paramjit Singh gets the name of the book with a catch. He was very happy about that, slightly relieved as well. And that was the end of Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai. Broke the partnership. But Nasiri kept going. He kept putting the foot down, kept accelerating around the corner. There was a couple of spills in the field, unfortunately. Aurangzeb was responsible for 2 of those spills. This shot went so far, it's ridiculous. I'm surprised the ball didn't came back. It came back with passport stamps. That's how far away it went. He then got caught out LBW there, plumb in front, and got a good round of applause as they marched off here. But this has been a terrific team performance from these batters. We see here, just as we get towards the end of the highlights, sort of extended package. There is the half century for Nasiri. And in the end, it was 177 for 4 after 10 overs, anchored by those players I've just mentioned. Ralph Abdul Rahmanzai, 57 from 18, and Esmatullah Nasiri, 56 from 19. A good cameo from Pashai, 38 from 16. In the bowling department, well, not a lot to cheer about there. Economy rates blown out of proportion a little bit there. Zarkel bowled a good first over, but unfortunately got demolished in the second over, picks up a wicket. Zaki Shah, same for him, picked up a wicket in his first over and then got absolutely belted around the park in his second. And Waqas Raja picks up a wicket, and so does Fakhar Zaman, but his second over, I think, went supersonic, and that was disappointing for him. So that's how we're looking at the halfway point. It is the final. It is 177 on the board, 178 runs needed for Hasselt. Look, they just came out in the qualifier a couple of hours ago and they played a great game, got 192 for 2. I got a funny feeling we are in store for a massive run chase here. And well, we are in store for a massive run chase. Let's see how that run chase goes. Don't write Hasselt off just yet. They've just come from making a big score themselves. This may be very gettable for them. The power play is going to be massive. It's going to be under lights and it's the final. So for the final time, I'll say this, guys, grab yourself something to drink, maybe a little snack, get yourself comfortable and settle in for the run chase. It's coming your way very shortly. This is Phil G for the European Cricket Network. This is the ECSN Belgium final. The run chase starting in about 7 minutes time. See you here soon.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, viewers, to the Run Chase. It's the continuation of the final European Cricket Series at night, Belgium 2025. Phil G here taking care of business for the final time, for the final innings here in Hofstade at the Stars Arena. As the players come marching out. It's been 17 matches since a golden ball. Is it possible? Is it possible that we can end up there? Maybe take a little bit of what we learnt from Jersey and inject it into this game? You never know. It's all down to the power play. There's a lot to do here. As the Brussels Warriors are looking to defend 177. 178 is the score needed by the team from Hasselt. And they scored 192 only about 2 hours ago in the qualifier to knock Beveren out of contention. Skipper Murat Ekrami, he's going to get a chance to bowl. Brings himself on to bowl first, which I think is a really good move. And let's see how he goes here. They've got a lot of runs to play with, have the Brussels Warriors. We're almost set to go. The run chase is about to start. It's Hama Gaman. He's going to face the first ball. Abdul Muhammad at the non-striker's end. This game far from over. Here we go with the run chase. First ball coming up. Swing and a miss. Gaman looking to get into it here now. And if he can't, well, that man at the non-striker's end, Abdul Muhammad, he had a blistering innings in the previous game, but this is a whole new game, a whole new opposition. Picked up and dispatched into the hands of the fielder. He's looking down at the rope now. He's looking down at the rope. I'm not sure if the replay is going to show this, but how close to the rope was he? Ooh, what's your call? That looks like he had foot on the rope there. I think that it's a bit hard to say from that shot. I'm thinking, no, it's indicated as a 6, so there you go. Foot was on the rope, drags it over after the catch was taken, and Hasselt breathed a sigh of relief. And, oh, drama here at plenty. Yeah, the look on the face, that guilty little sort of turnaround of, who, me? What? What did I do wrong? And I think it's fair to say the fielder may have known that that was the case. So we get a dot, and then we get a 6 in controversial form. This final well and truly alive. And he's hit that one to the same sort of space. This time the catch is taken clean as a whistle, and there's going to be a proper get around here for both captain and the fielder comes running in. Sadiq is going to get mobbed, absolutely mobbed by everybody here. It's the kind of get around that makes someone want to throw down the headset and jump in there as well and have a hug as well. That is fantastic stuff from Brussels Warriors. A good old-fashioned get around. Love to see that. Hello to Trip Denny who joins us. Dave's back, Rob's back, Johnny He's back again, Thomas Martinez, Paul Kempen, all you guys in the chat. Wonderful to have your company yet again to help me get through the next 40 minutes here as this run chase just comes to a bit of a stutter, losing Gaman in that third delivery. Oh, controversial 6, foot on the rope, and then a nice clean catch from Siddiqui. He's pumped. Brussels Warriors are pumped. Tell you what, if they have another get around, I'm going to run out in the field and have a hug as well. Rahimi goes just over the top of square leg. And he is going to back up the score that he put on. He put on 85 for 29 deliveries in the previous game. And he and this man who's out there in the centre at the non-striker's end, Abdul Muhammad, they powered on 150 runs in 40 deliveries. So believe me when I tell you, this game ain't over. There's so much to come here. If these two can get on in the next couple of overs and really push that score up, anything goes. Kitty says meow. Hello, Kitty. Meow back. Shouts to catch it. And he has. Oh, boy. That's it. Rahimi's gone. Pashai takes a bullet. He catches an absolute bullet here. And there are scenes already out there. Brussels Warriors think they've got it. That is huge. Oh, no. Ahmed Rahimi has not elevated this one, and it's a good catch. He's not the tallest man on the ground, but he's taken a really good catch. That went so quick. Oh, big celebrations here. A couple of wickets in the first over. Can you believe it? And Hasselt already in all sorts of trouble. Mohamed Rahimi walking off very slowly indeed. So hits the first one for Maximo, and the second one hits straight down the throat. That is not good. Sorry, it wasn't Maximo, it was a 4, the first one. And then he hits it straight down the throat of the fielder. He almost put it to just a few minutes ago. 10 for 2, still inside the first over. Akrami here making a mess of everything. Oh, the full ball almost goes through, well, it does go through everybody, and it could have easily just cannoned onto the stumps. Aurangzeb living dangerously on his first ball. Look at this, just swings for deep mid-wicket, doesn't play the ball on its merits. Lucky he doesn't have his stumps rearranged there. Whoa, boy. It's been 17 matches since a golden ball. Do you think, is it possible? Can we do it? Well, I'm not sure now after that first over. I'm not so sure. I would love to have a golden ball. I've been saying it since day one that a night series deserves a golden ball. I've never actually found the stat whether a night series has ever had a golden ball. I think the answer is no. I don't think we've ever had a golden ball during a night series. I know Vinny's been lurking. If Vinny can hear me, he might pop up and just say either yay or nay on that one. But that's how I think it may be. Rashid Khan's got the ball. He's going to bowl the second over. Had a quick chat with him during the match break earlier, and he said, the boys are pumped, I'm pumped. He said, we really want this. So he's coming to bowl the second over now. Gets a dot ball past the swinging blade of a man who's in form as well. And umpire just reminding Rashid Khan that after you've bowled the ball, I think you should maybe take that right turn at Albuquerque and don't run in front of me. Just so I can see what's going on here. You can see here he's just straying and walking right in front of the umpire. Umpire just very gently just having a little word there. That's a wide ball. You saw that one okay. That's what happens when you get out of the way and let the umpire see. So even Rashid is saying that. He's saying, so I walk off to the right, but I end up bowling it to the right. Ooh, that I reckon that grabbed part of the line. Ah, well, it's in the book. 15 for 2 in the second. Oh, he's gone leg side now. Good take from the keeper too. Oh, that gets a generous round of applause from everybody at the ground. Omin Kell, who failed with the bat, has taken a ripper there. What a good save. Would have been all the way to the boundary, that one. That would have been 5 wides, would have been a mini-mo. Miss hit in the air. It's going to land just safe. Oh, you couldn't believe it. So close. Fielder's back on the circle. They just couldn't get it in time. It didn't spend a long time in the air. There was not a lot of hang time. Look in the background. Just took a split second to take off and just got it on the first bounce. Oh boy, oh boy. 2 wickets down, Hasselt. They just need to calm it down for maybe an over and a bit, and then put the foot down. 162 from 52 required. That run rate at 18.69 now. Into the night sky. Is that going to land in the hands of someone? Let's have a look. Oh, now has that just bounced on the inside of the line? Yes, it has. It's bounced just... Well, 6 is indicated there. The fielders were saying 4. That is, I think that's 4. I think that's bounced cleanly on the other side of the rope. Yep. And umpire changes his mind and says that is a 4. That's a fair call. Fair shout out to Mirat Ekrami as he indicated 4. And thank you to the umpire there. Rashid Khan continues. Good shot. 1 bounce over the boundary line. 4 runs. Good straight shot that. Now, 24 for 2. Abdul Mohammed here starting to wind up a little bit. He has to wind up and then some though. Stanislav Aurangzeb, he's got his job to do as well at the non-striker's end. Between the two of them, they need to pile on the runs and they need to do it right now. And that is clearly wide. Clearly. No debate there. Rashid Khan's got a grin on his face. Picture tells 1,000 words. He's saying, come on, Rashid, come on. Yeah, people talking about the light. Absolutely zero lighting problem here, I can tell you now from ground level. It's perfect. It just does look a bit funny in the camera lens, that's all that is. That's well kept out. They're going to get through for a single on that one. Oh, it eludes... just watching the footwork there of the fielder who ran across, I was a bit worried about maybe slip sliding there. That was Shabi Murad, just here. Just a little bit wrong-footed, easy to roll an ankle there. Yeah, I see a few people talking about there. Rajib Khan there about not a camera problem. No, it's not dark at the ground. The light at the ground is good at ground level. I can promise you that. Don't you worry about that. It's fine. It's probably not as bright as what you see in Carter, but even when you watch Carter when they play late in the evening there, it does look a little bit duller than it actually is, and that's just the way it is. Same with Portugal at Miranda de Covo in Coimbra. It's the same thing there. It looks slightly dull, but I can tell you now from a player's viewpoint and from myself here, and I'm right on the ground level here, the light is fine. It's absolutely fine. No problem at all. So Akram is going to come back to bowl his second. 26 for 2 is the score. That previous over, a few wides there. There was 3 of them. So 12 runs in total. Oh, deceptive. Ask the question. Umpire's going to go to the video replay. Ahmed Kal thinks he's got him. There's high 10s all around. They reckon they got him. Look at this from side on. Watch that back foot. It's... Oh, he's dragged it out. And now, let's just go rock back a bit. I want to see when the stumps are broken. And forward. It's gone. That's great wicket keeping. That's a great bit of work. They're going to explode here when the finger's put up in the air. Give it a second. Excellent work from Omar behind the stumps. I think the tournament referee's just getting confirmation. And there it is. There it is. The explosion of happiness, the elation from the Brussels Warriors as they pick up that stumping. Well done behind the stumps there to Ahmed Kal. He's done a terrific bit of work there. Akrami seems to have the answer for everything at the moment. He's picked up his 3rd wicket in the second, his second over. Hasselt are in deep trouble. Absolutely deep trouble here. Yeah, just to everyone in the chat talking about the light problem, you can cancel the conversation. There is no light problem here at the ground. And by saying that, maybe you're just trying to put up the scares to other people who are watching. There is 0 light problem here at the ground. The light is fantastic. That's picked up. Chance of a catch. 1 bounce. Siddiqui stops the boundary. Gets the ball back in quick, smart as well. Good work. Gets a generous round of applause. Oh, 27 for 3. Hasselt, they feel like the last rights have been given to them. Akrami comes in again. Oh, good work from the keeper. Has he got a second stumping? Oh, we're going to go to the video replay. Brussels Warriors erupt. They reckon they've got him. Let's have a look. It's there. Where's he going? Where are you going? That is clearly out. That is going to be given so quickly. It's not funny. Just wanders out of his crease, does Aurangzeb, and he knows he's done. Doesn't need the video replay. He's already started wandering over. There it is. There's the indication. The finger's raised. 4th wicket down. 2nd stumping in this over. Murad Ikrami is stamping his name all over this game. That is a 4th wicket for him. Hasselt in not just all sorts of trouble. They are facing the abyss right now. That is absolutely gone. Thomas Martinez has got a new version of gone. I like that one. That's spelling it out properly. Very good indeed. And the way things are going. I've just had the winner's trophy just put out in front of me here. It looks splendid. I think that's courtesy of our friends at Locker Lifestyle, who have done another great job for us. A bespoke, beautiful trophy here just in front of me, sparkling in the artificial light. Oh, hits him on the pad, back pad. Umpire says no, outside the line. Oh, I tell you what. Brussels Warriors are absolutely red hot right now. Trip Denny with what I think is the reason why people in the chat are talking about the light. It's exactly the reason. Almost hit back to the bowler. That's an incredible over this. Still got one to come as well. Can you believe it? This over has been 1 run and 2 wickets. Oh, they just got a run there, so sorry, make that another wicket. Sorry, another run. Here we go. Last ball, the third. Struck on the pad. No chance for a run either, though. Well, Sherry Butt is out there. He's at the non-striker's end. And he is the last chance saloon for Hassel. If he can produce some magic, then okay. Fair due to him. Fair comment. Have a look at that. 14, 12, and then 1. That is your power play right there. 27 for 4 in the power play. Could have easily been another wicket then as well. What a great bowling spell from that man. The skipper, Murad Ekrami. He returns with 4 for 11 from his 2 overs. The skipper has basically, well, almost got one hand on the trophy. And I can say that because the trophy's standing right in front of me. I wish I could take a picture and post it in the chat. Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to do that. Ooh. Shot down the ground, just get it through for 1 there. Rashid Khan comes on to bowl his second. And Sherry Butt can't break free there, just gets a single. Paramjit Singh now. He's yet to get off the mark, got a bit of work to do here. Wow, that's been struck really high. There's a chance for a catch. It's not going to go out of the ground. A couple of players want it. And in the end, they kind of spoil each other. That's a bit of a shame. Murad Ekrami and that looks like that Sharbi, who have kind of got in the way of each other. When the ball comes out, when it comes up that high and it comes out of the light, you've got about a split second just to adjust and try to get into the right position, because you do lose it for just a moment. I think that may be what Ekrami's saying. $29 for 4. Not even halfway through the over yet. Hassel need 149 from 40 deliveries. That run rate now up over 22 runs per over. Edges flies away, 4 runs. Well, if I said that this is all on Sherry Butt, that may be the understatement of the year. They need a big partnership. These two need to stick together for the next 5 overs at least. There's the moon rising up above the trees with an airplane in the background just for scale. That's going to come flying overhead in about 20 or 30 seconds. You're going to hear the scream of the engines. Just a miss hit into the ground. And look at how low that plane is too. The stewardess may tell us all to sit down because that's coming over across pretty low. 145 from 38. 33 for 4 is the score. We're inside the 4th over, only 2 balls to come. Sherry Butt looking like, well, he knows exactly what's expected of him. He needs to find something really, really amazing here. He needs to dig deep. Maybe it's just a bit much. Brussels Warriors are really on here. They're looking so strong. Got themselves in a great position. Thanks all pretty much to their skipper, Murad Ekrami, who returned from 2 overs, got 4 for 11. And you just feel there's a slight little bit of sting coming out of the game because Hassel just can't seem to find the boundary. Boundaries are dried up. It's a good strike down the ground, but it goes straight to the fielder. Harani gets right behind the ball and stops there getting past him. That's a good bit of fielding. Pressure on. It was hit hard. It was middled, but all the way along the ground. 4 overs gone, 34 for 4, and 6 overs still to go. 144 runs in 6 overs. That run rate is now at 24. Memories of the previous match where Beveren struggled and they were already chasing run rate at 24 required at around about this time of the game as well. And it seems to me that Lightning is striking twice, and the team that bats first here under lights is the team that goes on to make a big win. And it's looking like that may happen again. And it was tough after the previous game, after the massive score that they put on as well. So we're going to start the fifth, and it is going to be Heron. He's going to come on to bowl. Shazai, his first chance to bowl in this match. Short, tucked around the corner, races on, and that goes to Siddiqui, who gets around and feels that one. Already taken one good catch this evening. Looking sharp in the field. He's taken a few catches throughout the tournament, looking very sharp in the field, patrolling that leg side boundary over the last week and a bit. Sherry Butt, though, he just can't find the boundary. Hasselt, their run rate to win is now well up over 24 on a hiding to nothing here. They need 2, maybe even 3 supersonic overs here, 30 plus, just to get their noses back into the game. It's a good delivery, tucks him up. Can only get a single, that's all. The fielders backing up the stumps are saying easy, easy, easy. Fair to say that Brussels Warriors are all over this one. So while the Hasselt team were riding a wave after that qualifying match where they destroyed Beveren, feels like they've just come up against a really immovable object now. And that is the Brussels Warriors team. They are doing so well. They're defending this well. They're bowling well. This has gone straight up in the air. Who wants it? There's a few fielders coming in, and the catch is held. The skipper holds the catch, hands it back to the umpire as cool as you like, and says, here, I believe that's yours. Sherry Butt has to go. He's looking at the bottom of his bat. That's exactly where it connected. Watch this replay. Very low on the bat, and it went straight up in the air. Skipper came running in like a banshee in the wind. Look at this. Flew in from the mid-wicket area. And that is celebration all around. And Brussels Warriors, they know they've got this game exactly where they have to have it. It's 36 for 5. Sherry Butt goes for 8 from 8 deliveries, not his night. And Hasselt, unfortunately, looks like they may have played their final in the previous game. Just struggling here under immense pressure. And the Warriors have got that massive score on the board, and they're kicking on and delivering a real knockout punch here. If this was a boxing match, there'd be a standing 8 count right now. And I'm not sure the referee would say, let's keep going. Good delivery, tucks him up. Wakas Raja cannot get that around the corner. It was there, it was in towards the body, looking to tuck it around the corner and just slow. There's the fleet of geese disappearing into the background there. So I've been seeing 2 geese all week and last week, and then suddenly our cameras go and catch a flock of them. And they're leaving. They've seen enough. They know how this result's going to go. Up in the air, chance for another catch. Oh, and grasped. Or Pashai takes the really difficult rocket that came at him in the first over, and this one was in the air for a while, and unfortunately he's missed that one. But I don't think there's any stress or pressure or anyone upset about that. It goes to ground. It comes out of the lights. Once it falls below the line of the lights, you do have to adjust quickly. Christopher Ward has given us 5 car emojis, and that's the most he can give us. Yep, that is exactly what's happening. Hasselt top order. I mean, they're good, but they were good in the last game. But unfortunately, this is a bridge too far. Even that shot, he could hear it. It sounded like, oh, that's going to be run out. That is. Let's have a look at the replay. I'm sure the umpire may want to give it straight away. Has he asked for the video replay? I'm sure he has. Look at this. Not even in shot. Barely in shot. Doesn't even ground the bat. Wakas Raja has been run out. And it's that man again, the skipper, Ekrami. He is going to thoroughly deserve his opportunity to put his hands up. Hands onto the trophy. Now I'm just watching what's happening here. Now what are they saying? Are they saying, just hang on a second, I need to see this replay one more time. They worry the stumps may have been broken early. Maybe just roll that back a little bit. Just wondering if that's what they're worried about. I hope not. I don't think Omid would have broken the stumps early. No, the ball's broken the stumps. That's fine. So the run out is indeed okay. Wakas Raja is given run out. He's disappointed. Pro felt there wasn't a run on there. And unfortunately, Paramjit Singh is still out there. He's 2 from 5. And he's going to be joined in a moment by the next player, because that is going to be 37 for 6. So, thank you to 1xBet for the opportunity to give you an in-game analysis. And let me tell you the in-game analysis in a pretty succinct style. Brussels Warriors are going to get the trophy. They are going to absolutely hammer this one home. And unfortunately, Hassat, as I said a few minutes ago, they have played their final in the previous game by destroying Beveren. Unfortunately, they can't back it up with a big game here against the Brussels Warriors, who have put a big score on the board, and they're bowling and catching everything. And you've got to give a shout out to that man, Akrami, who has done so much. He's done 4 for 11 from his 2 overs. He's taken catches. He's affected runouts. He's done everything you expect from a skipper in the field. He's been absolutely outstanding. I think maybe at the end of the 6th over, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the trophy. I'm going to walk out into the light and maybe try and get our friends at 2 Circles try to catch me on camera with it. Up into the night sky. Is it going to come down to hand? It's... Oh, I thought Nasiri was going to hang on to that one. Cannot affect the run out either. Goes to ground. Nasiri gesturing to the lights and saying they're too bright. You see those people in the chat saying it doesn't look bright enough? There you go. There's the proof. Even the players are saying it's too bright. So there you go. Ian Smullen already thanking the crew here for a fantastic 14th night show. Thank you very much, Ian. Your support has been unwavering. And on a personal note, I want to thank you and all the Blue Spanners for coming with me on this ride during this night series. It's been wonderful to have you guys keep me company, as you always do. And I know you do it for every commentator on the European Cricket Network, and we love it. Now, the bails that come off at the non-striker's end, I'm not sure what happened there. Was it a foot that maybe nicked the stumps on the way through? Just watch this again. Yeah, and I didn't see what knocked the bails off there. Oh yeah, just on the follow through. Looks like Siddiqui's leg has just clicked to the bails off the stumps at the non-striker end. And that is given as no ball. And I think that's to do with the disturbance of the stumps. And that is a free hit coming. So, Akar Zaman, he's got a chance to get off the mark on a free hit here. He will definitely take that chance for sure. Watch this one. Where's this one going to go? Oh, it's a swing and a miss. Oh, they're just all over this Brussels Warriors. 45 for 6. Hasselt struggling. There's a lot of noise coming from the people here at the ground. They're getting really into it now. There's a few of the youngsters here who have been kicking the football around during the halftime break and during the match break as well. And they're really getting behind this. 45 for 6. Oh, another dot ball. Siddiqui having a great game. Really good game. What was my favourite game of the tournament? Asked Kev. Oh, tough one, Kev. There's been a few beauties. Let me think for a second. I'll come back to on that one. Sit down the ground nicely. Oh, it's gone straight through Rashid Khan. It's going to go for 4. Disturbs a little conference going on down here. You know what? It may sound really weird, Kevin. I'm not doing this because it's easy to remember or anything like that. But I think the very first game, the very first match, and it was Hasselt and Brussels Warriors. Hasselt made 137 for 6. And the Brussels Warriors chased that down. It didn't look they were going to chase it down, then suddenly they accelerated and they got 138 for 2 with 8 overs to spare. Sorry, 8 balls to spare. And that was a real exciting game. There was another one involving 12 stars where they defended a really low total. That was quite incredible. And of course, you could talk about Antwerp getting that win over Beveren. Excuse me a second. Hope you enjoyed that. That's what they're all playing for. Had to show that to the to our camera up there in the scaffolding, just so all the players can see it as well. A little bit of a cheeky moment. Get myself on camera as well. So, what have we got to? We got 100. I'm not even close to 100. It's 49 for 6 after 6. And this game is petering out when that required run rate is well over 30 now. And that 178 target is probably, you'd probably say it's almost 100, maybe 80 runs more than what's required here. Siddiqui bowls a great over for only 12. Parmjeet Singh, he's 9 from 9. Zaman is 4 from 4. And the acceleration from Hasselt just hasn't come. And I feel that they've spent all their batteries in the previous game, possibly. So there you go. Phil after dark could be a staple for ECN. Tell you what, it's probably not worth it, is it? It's not worth it. I mean, sorry, it's not worth it. It's not a bad idea. Here we go again. Swinging hard, Hasselt. That's going to bounce and it's going to carry the boundary line. So that goes over for 4 runs. Getting to it. I hope you guys like the trophy. Thomas Martinez likes the trophy. Hope the rest of you guys do. I was very cheeky and very quick to run out there with it just to try to show it off. It's a very good looking trophy. Bespoke made trophy just for us. Or just for the winner, I should say. How about that? Just for the winner. Thanks very much to Local Lifestyle for the work they do with our trophies. Looking forward to seeing that presented later. I won't be presenting it. Yes, I had to run back in before I was missing from the comm. So good spot there, Trip. That's exactly why I had to run back in. I couldn't stand out there too long. And also, it's very bright and sparkly, the top bit on the bit on top. So it's 54 for 6, halfway through the 7th, and Hasselt, this game is almost completely gone for them. Amin Shah bowling the 7th. It's been mishit down the ground. Get around and stop that. They do. Haran comes running around from that long off position. He's done a good job down there tonight. Phil G after dark. People are getting behind that. Tell you what, I'll try and have a word to the powers that be and see if we can get something going on that, because it has a ring to it, doesn't it? Now this one's also going down the ground. It was not quite the same success in stopping that one. That gets through for 4. Good straight drive. It's got to be 45, close to even 50%, maybe not quite 50% of all the runs in this tournament have been scored straight between long off and long on, but it's got to be in that kind of a region for sure. Continue here. Last ball of the 7th. Oh, just waits on that one. It's going to be called a wide, so we will try that one again. I mean, he's got a massive smile on his face. He knows he's going to have his hands on the trophy in probably about half an hour's time. Make sure you do stick around at the end if you want to see trophy celebrations and medals handed out. And of course, yours truly just doing the final thank yous to everyone who needs to be thanked as we close the chapter on this wonderful night series here. Oh, now the bat is broke. It's completely gone. That has been smashed to smithereens. It's the ball's gone for 4, but let's have a look at the bat. Watch the bat here. This is going to go into pieces. Oh my goodness. I know, whatever you paid for that, you may want to take it back for a refund. No glue is going to be good enough for that one. And if a batter ever had a reason to get a new bat, that's it right there. Even pointing to the dugout with the broken piece of bat. We saw a broken bat last week, I think, didn't we? And it was, who was it? Was it Nasiri who broke his bat? And he had to ground his bat with just the handle in his hand, because the whole, all the wood was completely shattered and completely gone, and he had to make his ground just with a handle. It was quite hilarious and quite astonishing. So we're now, where are we now? It's the end of the over. Have a look at that bat one more time. No, we're not going to do that. We're going to have a look instead at the ECS for men in Sweden, Landskrona tomorrow. It's 5 matches coming your way, and that's big stuff there. It's Vinny Sandu taking care of business in Landskrona. Out of the blue, Zaman helps himself to a Maximo. I believe that will be indicated as 6. There it is. Nasiri comes on to bowl, comes on a bit late, but I guess that was always the plan that he'd bowl the 8th and possibly the 10th over. He's had a good series with the bat and the ball. And he's looking to back up his really well-constructed half-century with the bat. That's going to be given a wide. That was a bit of an errant short ball there. And payback for that Maximo, no doubt. Sim, that should be actually my, what do you call it? That should be the description line of what Phil G After Dark is all about. Talking about golden balls. Oh, it sounds a little bit rotten when I say it like that, doesn't it? All the way along the ground, good work. Picks it up with one hand. That's really good fielding. They're still sharp, the Brussels Warriors. They've come to the ground about 7 o'clock, 7:30 tonight. They've waited for an hour. They've done the coin toss. They've trained. They've warmed up. And they've come out here and they have obliterated the opposition. It's 106 runs still short of the target. Go straight to the player who's there. That was Amin Shah who's down there for that shot. Hit it straight to him. Still a couple of overs and a few deliveries to go. Just to make a bit of room. Ends up cutting it late and it goes straight to the player there. So we are sort of winding down a little bit here now. Raja Saklain Sawa, thank you for your support. And I hope to see you again next time I'm in Belgium. Thank you very much. One of the best players in Antwerp, one of my very good new friends that I've made since being here. The catch has been taken. It's a double fist bump. It is 7 wickets down. And Haran comes in and says, hey, look at that. I can take catches too. Give me your hands for I will slap them. That's what that is. And this is wild celebrations here from the Brussels Warriors team. In the air, comes out of the lights, and it's a well-judged catch. A few people talking about the lights and how hard it can be to take the catches. Well, there you go. That is taken well. And it's on the move as well, so that's an even more difficult catch. Really, really good. So, yeah, Raja Saklan. So I'm so glad we got a chance to meet, and I know we'll stay in touch. I've really enjoyed watching you play and your team. And I wish you all success here in Belgium for the rest of the year in the domestic competition. And hopefully I'll see you here in July when the European Cricket Network comes back. And this will be for the day series. The series bowled a bit of a dangerous ball there. It's been told by the umpire, and that's fair enough. Don't get carried away just because you're all in front. No need for dangerous deliveries. And even the skipper came across and said, no need for that. Esmatullah can chill. Chill Winston, as I've heard said from one of my favourite movies. Pick the film if you can. And just clipped away. That's going to run away towards the boundary. Siddiqui lets the ball run up his arms. That was quite amazing the way he did that. Didn't bother picking up, just let it run up the arms. The way a mouse might run up your arms if you had a bit of cheese in your elbow. There you go, look at that. I'm talking about mice and cheese. How about that? Phil G After Dark. Last ball, the 8th. Not quite. We'll try that one again. The series got a few things to say. And I think Parmjit Singh, he's 19 from 13. Well, he's attempted to put that out of the ground, and let's see when it comes into the light what happens. Oh, that is millimetres short of the rope, but that is okay. He's not moving for the purposes, even measured there. He's purposely not moving just so they can see exactly what's happened there. Now, is the back heel on the rope? Has it touched? I don't think it has. I think that's just the angle of the camera. I reckon he's okay. It is millimetre perfect. What a good catch. Verification given, and out is the decision. Remember, the camera is on a slight angle. It's not looking straight down on top of him. But I can tell you right now that there was confirmation of people closer than you or I to that who say that is a clean catch. Tim Harmer asking, what's the next ECN gig for me? Tim, I'm in Romania at the end of the month for the Romania ECS. I'm looking forward to that one. I haven't been to Romania for many years. Looking forward to getting back there. So that's my next gig after this. So I get to go back to Prague for a couple of weeks respite and rest, spend a bit of time with the family, namely Mrs. G, who we have to give Mrs. G a bit of a thanks as well for letting me go and letting me go off with ECN to all different parts of Europe. And I'm looking forward to seeing her again, obviously tomorrow night when I get back to Prague. So that's where I'll be. That's towards the end of the month. I think 26th of May that kicks off, going through to the 1st of June. So it's a whole 7 days there. And then in June, it's time for me and Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandu to welcome the ECN to Prague. We'll get it in our hometown. Looking forward to that one. Can't wait for that. Oh, that's a bit of a dangerous delivery. Bit of a wild one, that. And he's going to get a little word from the umpire. You can apologise now, but the umpire's going to say that's your wide. He turns to the captain and he says, just so you know, we're warning your bowler and you can't do that again. The game is in hand. And whether that slipped out of the hand or not, that's just a silly delivery. Don't want to see someone getting hurt at this point of the game. We're in the ninth. Up in the night sky. And, oh, he's just missed that one. It's gotten past also for, it has gone for 4. Oh, Harain, he's taken a good catch and then he's just missed that one. Score is 81 for 8 now. 10 legal deliveries to come in the game. This final is petering out. Oh, a bit of work required there. Manages to kick it an awful long way. Unfortunately, there's no fine man, so he has to back up himself, Amin Shah. And he does with a pinpoint throw. They get a couple, though. Yeah, Trip Denny saying Czech Republic. Czech Republic in June. That's when that's coming up. So we've still got a fair bit to do before we get to that. It's been cut just in front of point. Bit of work on the boundary required there. Can't get down to it, and that's gone for 4. So the score is up to now 87 for 8. 2 deliveries to come in the 9th, and then we've got 1 more over. Interested to see who's going to bowl the final over. The Brussels Warriors all over this. If we had an engraver at the ground, he'd be working on it right now. Ian Smullen says, I'm sure Pavel will show his face. I hope Pavel comes down to the ground. That's a really good shout, Ian. Drop him a message and see if he is. Because that'd be wonderful to see him again. So 1 more to come in the 9th. There's been a few little errant deliveries from the Siri and from Pashai. I'm hoping there's nothing in that, just a little bit of exuberance and a little bit of maybe overzealous bowling performances. This comes down towards us. Everyone's getting out the way. And that goes into the green netting. We'll be able to find that one pretty easy. So we finish with a Maximo, the last ball of the 9th, out of the ground. 94 for the loss of 8 wickets now. And Hasselt getting well and truly beaten soundly in this final. Just were unable to put a partnership together. And have a look at those economies. That's the big deal. Look at the economies there of the top 3 bowlers. 5.5, 9.5, and 3 even from Haran. How about that? But Murad Ikrami, who opened the bowling, bowled the 3rd over as well. 4 for 11 from his 2. And pretty much just stopped Hasselt completely dead in their tracks. They couldn't get going. They couldn't get a partnership together. And they couldn't find the boundary, more importantly, as well. So I was just looking to see who's going to bowl. It looks like it's going to be Siddiqui is going to get the nod. He will indeed. So here we go. 10th over starts now. 84 from 6 required. Clearly not going to happen. Mahathir Mohammed facing. That's coming over the top of comms and scaffolding, into the scaffolding, I think, for a Maximo. That one has gone way, way beyond. Yeah, you see, he could actually get a good shot there. That was our friends, the ball carriers, trying to find the previous Maximo, and then they were told there was a new one to find as well. Hit down the ground, just going to be a single here. Takes a little bounce as it gets to Harain, but he takes care of that. He's bowled well in this tournament, picked up wickets, very fiery customer. tall, releases the ball from quite high, and has usually been open the bowling for Brussels Warriors. Didn't get the chance today. Akrami took care of that. Zaki Shah just swings and misses. The crowd here are really getting behind it. They're cheering every delivery now. Must be a lot of Brussels Warriors fans there. They're getting very, very vocal here as we get to the end now. 101 for 8, by the way. The 100 came up with that previous smack down the ground. And just another swing and a miss. Another dot ball. So it was Hasselt's night up until the end of the qualifier. It hasn't become Hasselt's night after that. It's become all Brussels Warriors from that point onwards. They have been dominant in this game with bat, ball, field, lock, stock, the lot. Connects with that one, hits it down towards long on. And good work in the field to stop that one getting through. That's Sharby who's got the job out there. So one more to come in the final. And this has been, well, we had a great game in the qualifier. Unfortunately, went all the way of Hasselt. Beverin got put to the sword. In this game, in this final, it's unfortunately Hasselt who've been put to the sword by that team, the Brussels Warriors. They put together a sensational display with bat and ball, put on 177 runs, and they've defended that in style. There's the last shot of the game. Goes along the ground for 4 runs. Final score, Hasselt 107 for 8. Brussels Warriors are the night champions here in Belgium, and the crowd is going off, and there's going to be a massive get around near the stumps at the non-strikers end as they all come running in, and that is an incredibly happy bunch of people there. Very happy indeed. They're making noise in the stands. They're making noise at the ground. You got to feel for Hasselt though, after playing such a massive role in that previous game as well to knock off Beverin, so they didn't get a chance to get into the final. But now it's the Brussels Warriors who get the win, and it's quite a big win as well in the end. It's a 70-run victory, and Hasselt only managed 107 for 8 in their 10 overs, 177 for 4. Brussels Warriors put on the board. Ralph Abdulrahman Zai, top scores with 57 from 18. Esmatullah Nasiri, second top score, 56 from 19. In the bowling, well, you've got to give it to Murad Ekrami, the skipper for the Brussels Warriors. 4 for 11, and also he effected a run out. He was super good in the field. He did so much, and he led by example, and it was a credit to watch him play. Now, the Brussels Warriors, they're setting up for something here. Let's just follow this. Let's see where it goes. I want to see what kind of celebration they do here. They've got something pre-planned. Ah, there we go. They give their thanks, and they are so happy indeed. That's a nice touch. Massive congratulations to them. Iqbal Safar joins the chat as well. Yeah, I hope to see you back in Belgium soon for the ECS, my friend. It was really good to meet you, and good for you to come over and say hello to me as well. So wonderful. That's Issa Iqbal, everybody. That's Iqbal Zafar, who the youngster who came and bowled his heart out for his side last night. And sorry, I won't get the chance to see you again until maybe in July. I'll be back here for the ECS, the day ECS. Hope to see you then. Let's roll the highlights. Let's see how it all unfolded, as there's a lot there going on. There he is. There's the young man. Don't let that man walk off with the trophy. Whatever you do, he might just do that. And we saw shots into the sky, and we saw wickets taken, tumble. Siddiqui, he took one catch, but his foot was on the rope. The very next ball, he takes it, and he was so happy. Akrami, this 4 wickets that he took, Pashai hangs on to a rocket there from Omid Rahimi, and Omid Rahimi put together an 85 on blistering time the previous game, and that was a massive wicket to be taken. And it was just wickets falling. People were happy. Honestly, the noise from both the Brussels Warriors team and from their supporters at the ground was incredible. They had a real buzz going on here. It was sensational. I can see people in the chat are sort of winding up and saying goodbye now. So look, people who are heading off and not sticking around for the trophy ceremony, no problem. Look guys, I'm so glad you guys are here on this journey with me again, as I always am. I'm loving the support from everyone on the chat for me, especially in the night series. It's a bit of a special thing, isn't it? And I hope to see you all really soon. I'll probably be in the chat during the week anyway, during the Lance Corona ECS, to give you all a bit of encouragement there as well. As we follow the highlights here, and this was well and truly when it was all over. Wakas Raja run out. Looking back at his partner there, could not believe he'd run himself out. I'm just looking over to the side. The Brussels Warriors, they've gone over towards the clubhouse and they're giving a clap to all their family, friends and supporters who they're not staying behind the barrier. They're all rushing out to see them and to give them a bit of a crush. There was an exploding bat. That was a new one. And a good catch there from Haran. The ball coming out of the shadows into the light and caught it no problem at all. Nasiri with a fist pump saying, "We are almost there, skipper. We are almost there." This catch here, that was millimetre perfect. You could possibly get a not a middle finger, a little finger between the heel and the rope. He stayed there until the umpires checked it out. That's how we know it was gold. So there we go. Another shot into the night sky, and that went over the boundary line. They were still searching for that for when this next ball went. That one. And you might see just at the top of the screen them searching for the other ball. There they are. They're still looking for that previous ball. And they're still there. That was quite funny. And that was when the final ball was bowled, and that is a very happy Brussels Warriors team, thoroughly deserved. They have smashed the opposition here. They came good at the right time as well, and they put together a fantastic series here. That's a really nice touch as well. Brussels Warriors in the group games, they won the first game, lost a couple, won, then lost, but the last 5 games in the group stages, they had big wins, big solid wins. So that's it from the highlights here. It's a big win to Brussels Warriors by 70 runs. There's an awards ceremony coming up, so we're going to run some highlights from the ECS, and I'm going to go off and rehearse my lines for the trophy ceremony. We've got a few things to talk about, a few people to thank, a few organisations to thank, and of course, we've got a trophy to give to the Brussels Warriors and a few medals as well to give away. So this is Phil G for the European Cricket Network saying I'm going to sign off from here. Got a few things to do before we can pack up tonight, so let me get on to that. But just a final shout out to everyone in the chat and watching from around the world. Maybe you're watching from India via Fan Code. Thank you very much for sticking with us. We hope you've enjoyed this night's series. It has been a sensational night series. It's wonderful to be back in Belgium for the European Cricket Network. To have a final look at the bowling figures there. Murray Akrami, I've got to go find him and give him a good handshake and a pat on the back because that is a sensational effort. If you stick around for the awards ceremony, that's great. If you're not, guys, I will catch you sometime during the week here on the European Cricket Network. Your #1 choice for cricket in Europe. Phil G here signing off for the final time from Belgium. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll see you at the awards ceremony.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body back and forth.
Phil G here for the European Cricket Network, and it is the trophy ceremony for this European Cricket Series tonight in Belgium. First time ECSN's been back here for 3 years. We're back in Belgium. Belgium ball's alive and well, and what a great tournament this has been here in Belgium. How about that? So it has indeed been a wonderful tournament here at this wonderful ground, the 12 Stars home ground here, the Stars Arena, with the lights in effect. It's wonderful to have another venue for a night series, and we've really thoroughly enjoyed it. Before I kick on with all my thank yous, I want to turn over to Anirudh, the tournament director. He's got a few words he would like to say, so I'll hand over to you, Ani, if you want to come forward.
Good evening, guys. I hope you all enjoyed this this tournament. The effort from all the BCF and 12 Stars have been to provide you with some excellent facilities where you did present a brilliant performances over the last fortnight, and I hope you enjoyed. So if you have enjoyed, please give me a ho on a scale of 1 to 10. Did you enjoy? Way! Cheers. And many thanks to our ECN crew, our ECN colleagues, Phil, Shubh, Maz, Lucky, who have been in, day out, very late in the evenings, sometimes with food, sometimes without food. So big cheers to all of you guys. Thank you. And we hope to go ride on this success and do a much better performance in the coming years. And ECN, you guys are always welcome. I hope you enjoyed the Belgium chocolates and the beers. If not, please come again.
Very well said. Shake my hand. Thank you so much. Couldn't have said it better myself. Absolutely. We have enjoyed it too, by the way. We really have. So let's get on to some more thank yous as well. I want to thank our sponsors and partners. That is HCL Software and, of course, Bizaway, the team who fly us all over Europe. We go to 20 plus countries at any one time around the continent, and they've done a superb job getting us around. Also, shout out to One XBet as well. And, of course, Rado, the official timekeepers for European Cricket Network, and Locker Lifestyles for sensational bespoke trophies. We're going to see one very shortly. So just hold it there, folks. We're going to get to you in a minute. Don't worry about that. And, of course, the medals which are going to be handed out to the players who have played here tonight. So why don't we get into that? Also, I just want to add my thank you to everybody here, to the players, both here and the players at home who may be watching as well. Obviously, we don't have all of the 12 Stars here at the 12 Stars home ground. Also, the Royal Brussels team, Antwerp Cricket Club, Beveren, of course, and the two finalists, which is the Brussels Warriors and Hasselt here. A salute from ECN to say thank you for the competition. You guys have gone above and beyond, and it's a big shout out from all of us at ECN. Thank you so much for the competition. We congratulate you on a great tournament. Really good tournament. So I think what we'll do now is we are going to get some medals out, because it's time to turn our attention to, I think Rohan from BCF is going to come forward, and it's going to be some medals for our third place. Rohan, would you like to come forward? And I believe we're looking for Beveren representative. Where is Hadis? There he is. You can see there in the shadows, Hadis. Congratulations. Well done, Hadis. Big congratulations to Beveren. Hadis, I got to say, you guys were the benchmark throughout most of this tournament. Did an outstanding job. You were always being chased by the opposition until towards the end, when these guys over here just started to get their nose in front. We always knew that Beveren were going to be there today. So congratulations to you and the team. Please pass it on from ECN. I can see Mohammed Noman there with a bandage on your finger. I hope you're okay as well. I did see you go down early, so I hope you're okay. All right, that's excellent. Now, we're going to turn our attention and our flamethrower over to our runners-up tonight, is, of course, the team Hasselt. And you guys played an outstanding qualifying match, 192 runs. And remember, the first over, if you all remember, it was a wicket maiden. So technically, 192 off 9 overs, incredible. That partnership between Abdul Mohammed and Omid Rahimi, 150 off 40 deliveries. Belgian ball is alive and well. Excellent, outstanding, thoroughly deserved your place in the final. So congratulations. And I believe we're going to ask, who's coming forward? Is Andrew Scott. Please come forward and present the medallions to the skipper of Hasselt. Where is he? There is Akira. Worthy runners-up, did an outstanding job. So impressed with your work and your captaincy as well, Zaki. So congratulations. And we expect to see so much more from you guys throughout the year. Congratulations. Not your day, not your final, but it was your qualifier. Heart's still beating from that 192 you made as well. So well done to Hasselt. And now I think we've got a little special presentation. We're going to have an MVP award. And I can ask Arnie Ruder to come forward, please. We had a lot of people contesting for the MVP award. We had runs scored aplenty, and that man, Hadis Tadakal, he did really well. 392 runs in this series, did a great job. There were wickets taken. Ravi Thaplial, I'll get that surname correct, apologies for that. 19 wickets as well. I want to give a shout out to one player for 12 stars who got a 4 for 4, the best bowling. That was Sazad Hossan. Don't know if he's here, but how good is that? 4 for 4 from 2 overs. Did really well. But the MVP from Brussels Warriors, Ahmed. Awesome stuff. Congratulations, Ahmed, there. 376 runs, I think. It did take until tonight's innings where you scored 4 to take the most runs away from that man there, Stadakel. Both on the same score until he belted a 4 and then out next ball. We'll just gloss over that one for now. But anyway, congratulations to you, so well done. Now, we've got another special presentation, I believe. We've got Omer Butt. Omer Butt. I'm going to call him forward, please. We have the medals first for the winning team. And that, of course, is the guys who pretty much were the unstoppable force tearing through Hasselt today in an amazing final. Well-deserved. Please come up and collect your medals one by one. Your winners here and champions. Congratulations. I'll do that now. He wants to present Congratulations, all the medals there being shared away there. It's now time to have a bit of a special moment here. We've got Gurjit Singh from the Bruges Cricket Club. He's got a very special present to hand over to the captain of the Brussels Warriors, Marita Krami. If you can come forward and receive this very special prize here. That's awesome stuff. It's a very nice looking cricket bat there too. Okay. Well, I think just before we get to the final trophy celebration, I just want to just say one more time thank you to everybody who stayed here for the trophy ceremony. And just one more time, just reiterate that ECN's job and what we love to do is to show cricket from all over Europe. It's our job to show the developing cricket and how well Europe is maintaining its level of cricket and how we can take on the rest of the world. In a few years' time, you imagine how popular European cricket is going to be as to how popular it is right now. And we've showcased Belgium for the first time in 3 years. We love the opportunity to do that. We thank you for the opportunity to do that. Thank you very much to 12 Stars for hosting. Thank you to the BCF for inviting us and to working it out with ECN for us to get here. We will be back and we can't wait to come back. We love it here. Absolutely love it here. And now it's time. Our friends at Local Lifestyles have made a very excellent trophy here, and it's time to ask the captain of Brussels Warriors to come forward. There he is, Murray Dakrami. Congratulations. And that is a lovely trophy. Here we go. The photos are running for it, and the team are going off behind me. It's massive. Come and get around. Phil G for the Europe Cricket Network saying good night. Don't forget, Lance Corona starts tomorrow. Vinny Sandu there at Lance Corona in Malmo. Check it out. I'll be on the chat during the week for sure as the party's going to kick off here. It's Phil G saying good night from the centre of Belgium. What a great series this has been. See you later.